Hope you're having a great one. How was your weekend? Good to see everybody today. Have a fantastic weekend. Had a great one. Hope you did as well. So thank you very much for joining us today. Wonderful, wonderful Monday. It's going to be a great week for all of us. Lágbára Ọlọ́run. And Ishubudano, this week will be a week of divine acceleration, blessings, divine connections, all the good things your heart desire. God bless you and God keep every single one of us. Yeah, so we're here now. Let's just be sure that every platform is taken care of, and then we can get into the news and then eventually into today's topic. We're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook. If you have maybe elderly people that you want to invite to be part of the sessions, please feel free to do so. Because I know that there are certain people who may not be able to watch on TikTok, but they can watch us on Facebook or on YouTube. So please, YouTube is Busui Oris, Facebook as well, Busui Oris, and then from there they can be part of the session. Thank you, Concilium, in the comment section. And yes, please let's get it to 10k likes. We're at 7.5k right now, which is pretty good. But let's get it to 10k and then we can scale from there. Oromio Black, good to see you, sir. Wow. All right, let's just check to be sure that the platforms are connected, and then we can dive right in. All right. Mr. Debo Oduola, thank you very much. Thank you for liking the YouTube. Please, as soon as you're in, kindly double tap on your screen on YouTube. That way you would have liked the live itself. And feel free to share the live as well. All right. Akwojo Bubu Benyo and Lesa. All right. Okay. Just trying to be sure that we're good. I think we're fine on YouTube. Please like and share, everywhere. To be much appreciated. And also, if you're on TikTok, please click on the heart icon up here above my head beside Busui Oris. Please click on the icon, join the team, drop a gift. These little things, no matter how little it is, right? So these things help the algorithm recommend the live to other people, right? So please, let's do that. Thank you very much for your support. Just want to be sure that YouTube, I think YouTube is good. Just check Facebook. And then if you can, and I think everybody can actually, please share the live. Share it on your WhatsApp, share it to your Facebook, share it on Twitter, X. Let us share together. All one Nigeria we can go. Okay, YouTube, Facebook is fine. What else? Okay, to share the to share on X, Lokuba and Sin. So everyone, Teshen Law, Katobresi sọ̀rọ̀, Katobresi ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́, Teshen Law, ṣọ́kò jẹ́pọ̀ ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wọ mọ́tò wá síbí. Well, seriously, I hope everybody's fine. I hope you're all good. Um, so this weekend, let me tell you how our weekend went. I went to my father's. Well, I went to my family church. I always call it my father's church. Somebody now asked me yesterday if my father founded the church, but I mean, that was where that's where I was born. It's quite nice, if you have this nostalgic feeling, um, seeing people, places they haven't seen in years. So that's my own way of telling everybody sometimes, right? Find time to visit maybe the home you grew up in, your parents' church, which interestingly was the original reason for Mothering Sunday in England. Although at the Mothering Sunday, at the Mother Sunday, but it's the Mother's Day, right? So, color shadowing. What I taught in Nigeria, we'll do Mothering Sunday. I used to celebrate Mother's Day. We'll do Catholic Mother's Day. We'll do International Women's Day. Then we'll do Clinical Mother's Day. Women, Ekubadu. But seriously, it makes sense to visit your mother, your church, where you were when you're growing up. It helps you connect. It's all a blessing. All right. Having said that, again, let me just be sure that we are liking the live. Please, on YouTube, double tap on your screen to like the live. If you're on any other platform, do the same. Thank you very much. Today, we're going deeper in the book we started reading last week, right? And there's a lot to learn. We'll be discussing how ethnicity influences Nigerian politics. Part 3. That's today. Okay? But before we get into all that, we're going to have the news. And we'll have some reactions from everyone here. If you want to come up at some point, you'll be able to come up as well to be part of the conversation. But we're going to just share the live to make sure that others on the FYP can see what we're doing, and then we'll dive right into today's topic. So please give us like another 1 or 2 minutes to share, and then we can get started. Okay? In a minute or two, we'll be able to get started. I promise. And just to be sure, I hope the noise. So if you notice in the last 1 month, you've not heard kids talking, or that's because the schools around me have been on holiday. And we're talking about setting up a studio. That's one of the reasons, by the way, they have resumed today. So I hope that the noise is not getting to you. I mean, the mic is good enough, like it has noise cancellation, but I really hope it doesn't disturb us that much. But also to remind us that that's one thing we're trying to do before this year runs to an end, trying to set up a proper studio where in other words, we are not going to be disturbed by the noise. It's of course not going to be here, it's going to be somewhere else, but it's going to be a proper studio. But that proper studio is, of course, proper money, but we'll get into all of that later. But all of that to say that I hope that you're not disturbed. If you are, please let me know so that I can check the noise cancellation button to be sure it's working properly. But I think it's good, at least for now. All right. Well, thank you very much for tapping. Let's quickly do this. If you're on TikTok, please, I really need you to click on the house icon above my head, join the team. If you remember, drop your heart to me. Any coin, whatever, rules. The point is, TikTok apparently needs those things now to recommend the live. All right, so please, let's do that. Thank you very much. And we're almost done with the sharing. Kulu, 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 temper. Do, 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 do. Kulu, temper. Do, 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 do. And that's it. We're good now. Right. Ibo la ti fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ nínú mélòó la fẹ́ kà nínú eyín ajípèlé báyìí? Because a lot of things happened over the weekend. Like something will happen, I'll be like, Tabadori life job one day. That was on Saturday. Then something else happened yesterday. I was like, well, you know, maybe that would be a good place to start, but we'll see. Again, please power tap and share the live. Thank you very much. Okay, so where do we begin? Let's begin at the beginning. In the beginning or in the beginning? We all know what has been happening about the event that will be held in Lagos. I try to talk about it because I am not about to promote what I don't really see too much wisdom in. Not to say that I don't like art and creativity. I clearly do. And like we always do here, when things happen in different parts of Nigeria, we talk about it. And when we see any innovative work going on, we talk about it because, that way, I mean, no matter how small it is, we're supporting those who are doing great things, whether it's in arts or in science or in tech or whatever. So I really wish I was actually here to say, oh, please go check out the event and like it. But no, I'm not here to say that because this particular event is being sponsored, organized by people who have zero respect for the people of the land where they dwell. And again, this is not about the art, it's about a culture. And it's something that you notice in the politics, in the conversations that we have, in the bid, to take over even markets, where people are selling that thing that just essentially becomes what you call like unbridled ambition, where it's just running roughshod, like just trying to get across regardless of whose ox is God. These are the things. Thank you very much, Omonibudo. Thank you so much for that. Please, let's do like Omonibudo. Let's click, let's heart, let's do everything we can to ensure that we get the live on the FYP on TikTok and also on YouTube and on Facebook. Please like the live, engage. You find emojis bottom left of your screen if you're on YouTube, and we now do it here on TikTok. It's this is home, right? YouTube is home as well. Facebook is home, but you get the point. So please let's engage. So I was saying that I really wish I was actually here to tell you that you should look forward to the event that I'll be holding very soon in Ikoyi, but I can't say that because it's coming from a set of guys who have no respect for the host community. You see it in our politics, you see it in markets, you see it even in business, you see it even in this arts. I don't know if you call it exhibition or whatever it is that she's trying to do, and I think the idea is quite good, but because if you whatever you are, your traits, your characteristics will eventually show. No matter how much you conceal it, it's going to reveal itself, and that's what you see in all of this. So over the weekend, I think it was on Friday, thereabout, there was a meeting with the special advisor to the governor on tourism, arts and culture in Lagos State. And the person and another young man went to visit special advisor, and then they put out a video. And on that video, of course, certain things were said. For instance, of course, they went to meet the person to ensure that they're able to have the event they want to have, and they had it without inhibitions and things like that, which is, understandable. But then it didn't stop there. One of the things I noticed was that the lady in question then went ahead to share the video of that meeting, at least a part of it, just to show the three of them together, and then said, amongst other things, the last bit was no apologies or no apologizing. I was if I can find it, but not that it matters, to be honest. Not that the person even matters, if we are keeping it a buck. So the video was out there, and then she said, I'll see if I can find the video, but that's not even my gist today. Anyway, the stuff went out, and sorry, please, if you want me to speak on something, you're going to have to send to me on Telegram with the details. So, because some of the things you think I know, I may not know. And something that I know, I may not have, like what you just said right now, I actually know that one. But the details, I may not be able to search for it while I'm talking. So if you can, please help me. And then you can send it to me on Telegram, and then I'll be able to check it while we go on with the conversation. Thank you for understanding. We have a lot of things to cover today. All right, so the young lady, I'll see if I can find that stuff. You know what? Give me a second. So I can, I'm a type of boy, we'll tie everything in together. Again, product of underdevelopment, it's not very difficult to understand these things. There's more stupidity before the thing. Okay, I found it. So he says she puts out whatever. She said, I was advised to meet Mr. Idris Aregbe, and it was a pleasure. My accusations brought to him and other officials were me. That's what's there. But anyway, appropriately Yoruba culture. I thought it was appropriating. All these folks schooling in the US. Appropriately, I think it's appropriating she meant to say. I mean, anybody can make mistakes, but it's one too many. I've seen another one there. Anyway, here's the gist. Appropriately Yoruba culture by creating adire and printing Igbo words on it, not true. Hating Yoruba people and cursing at them, not true. And then number 3, no apologizing. So she put this out there and talked about the fact that she's going to have an exhibition and all of those things. You're yet to get what I'm talking about. Stay with me, you'll get it. And so he just went on to put out a message on X over the weekend, and this is what he said, initially. My attention has been drawn to misleading conversations and posts regarding my meeting with Nobuligwe and Miss Uzo Njoku, also known as Uzo Art. As an Omoluabi Yoruba and a public servant, my role is not to fill controversies, but to provide diplomatic guidance and solutions that address concerns while ensuring that the dignity and cultural values of the Yorubas are not undermined. I would like to reiterate that our culture is sacred and enduring, and I remain committed to promoting and protecting it while fostering the peaceful cultural diversity that makes Lagos a true cultural melting pot. Special advisor to the Lagos State Governor, Tourism, Arts and Culture. Now, you see this and then you understand the angst that people showed after reading that write-up or the release that they put out. The idea that you would use the phrase melting pot in a place where you're already been told that it's no man's land. Now, people will say things like, does this really matter? It does. It probably wouldn't if all of us were being sane. But since there's insanity somewhere in the corner, it's important for us to be very, very careful of our choice of words. But in his own defense, that's the special advisor, in his defense, he came out yesterday to set something straight, and I think it's important to also read that here. So he says here, this was yesterday, Lagos is Yoruba land. This is undeniable, indisputable, and eternal. While it is a city of opportunities that has welcomed people from across Nigeria and beyond, those who thrive on its soil must acknowledge the hospitality of the Yoruba people who built and continue to sustain its cultural foundation, which remains unbreakable. At the same time, Lagos has always been a place where people come to fulfill their dreams. No one must deny that history, just as no one should disrespect the Yoruba roots of the city. To do otherwise is to work against both our heritage and our history. The earlier phrase, melting pot, was meant to describe the accommodating spirit of the Yoruba people. It should not be taken for granted or leveraged to undermine Yoruba culture and heritage. Owambe in any form is not borrowed, it is Yoruba culture, a point I made clear to my visitors. As a thoroughbred Yoruba man, I stand firmly against any distortion or exploitation of our culture, and I reaffirm my commitment to defend the Yoruba cultural heritage. That was good. Very good. And it's important to make these things clear because this is 2025. This is not 2017. This is not 2020. This is not a time where, oh, kumbaya. The truth is, Nigeria has changed. And to be honest, it has changed from what it was in 2020. Not that it has changed from what it was in the beginning. It has gone back to factory settings. This is the way it has always been. We just had a break for some years, right? It's always been like this. We just had a break, and the break we had is not the break of Nigeria not being what it was. It's the break of Yoruba people not pushing back. But break is over. Holiday is over. Holiday. So there's no holiday. Holiday take party, right? The gap we've had. So when people say things like, "Oh, it just started in 2020," it's because we took a break, a very long break at that. Why? Because we expected that people would have, evolved. You understand how to move in a place like this. But the point is that people have not stopped being what they've always been since the 1930s in Nigeria, especially in Yoruba land. They haven't stopped. So in case you think that there's something new, the only thing that is new, so to speak, is the fact that there's a resurgence of pushbacks. We used to push back before, we stopped. And we stopped around the time the war took place. This is historically documented. We stopped the pushback around that war period. Right? And then also, nobody has changed. We are the ones who changed, but we have changed again. And since change is constant, more make all of us they change like that. More they change the goal. So I like the second point he put out there. It's Yoruba land. You can't, and by the way, you had a meeting with someone, a meeting with a special advisor. And the next thing you do is you put out a message and say no apologizing. No tact, no culture. What if you met with the governor? No tact, no culture, no sensitivity, just vibes. I don't know who raised this ones, man.
At least have some tact.
At least have some tact. Nobody here is perfect. Anybody here can make mistakes, but there's a thing. There's a way you stoop to conquer.
But I'm glad with what is.
But again, it has to do with the culture, definitely. But I'm glad with what the special advisor did. Am I against the person having the event? If they do what's right. Yoruba land is not the place where everybody just comes and just. And by the way, this is the second thing I wanted to say. I just thank God I remembered. The Nobuligwe who put this thing out had a good meeting with Idris Aregbe, the special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Tourism, Arts and Culture, and so on and so forth, and Uzo Art. This same person is one of the obedient people that made a lot of Yoruba people fight. I mean, I'm not saying, let me not even use the word he made, because nobody can make you do anything if you are thinking straight. But it was one of those people who talked about the need, to stand straight with the LP and all the agenda and everything, resulting in some Yoruba people actually going against their own because they want to be part of the mob. The person, when you say LP top to bottom, people are against my life, APC members are against my life, if you vote for President Tinubu, you are against my life, all those nonsense you have been talking about. The people who put those words in your mouth are having meetings with APC people. They are having meetings with APC people. But you know how many relationships have been destroyed because a lot of us don't understand how some of these things work. When it was time to talk, why didn't they go and talk to Peter Obi? Why didn't they go and if you see the video, it doesn't look like an official setting. So you'd be like, oh, you had to go because it was official. No, there's some form of camaraderie between them, which is I don't have any problems with. I'm just saying that this thing that we have in our minds that, politics, I'm going to fight you to finish, I'll never be your friend again. While you're doing your interesting thing, the people who are pushing you are meeting with the same people you are saying that are destroying your life. Structure of criminality. Before you know it, they are the one building coalition with the same criminal structure. We all know what we are doing. Let me not say we all. For the most part, I don't think the majority of Nigerians understand it. But those who know, and I think they're taking advantage of it. And hopefully one day the rest of us will wake up and understand it's a game. Make no mistakes about it. And speaking of that game, I'm going to read something. I'll get back to other news items later, but let me read this one. By the way, I mean my note is full of all kinds of things from some people. But let me read some to you from what Charles Chukwuma Soludo, that's the governor of Anambra, what he said in November of 2022. He said, the current fleeting frenzy, if not checked, will cost Ndigbo dearly for years. The current fleeting frenzy, if not checked, will cost Ndigbo dearly for years. This has happened before. This respect for no one, talk to anybody anyhow, even though you're not in your land, in their land, all these things that you're doing, it has happened before. They probably didn't tell you because they wanted you to be the victim. They didn't tell you why they got in trouble. But what's happening right now, I can assure you, it has happened before. It happened in the 40s. It happened in the 50s. It happened in the 60s. It happened in other decades, but those 3 decades, 40s, 50s, 60s, it happened where people had the effrontery to talk to their host anyhow. And not once did they not get the kind of push. I mean, whatever you're having right now, well, everybody's warming up. It may not become worse than what it is. But there's a statement I think I should repeat. I said this last week, and the video is online. Nigeria, or let's even say Lagos itself, this Lagos that we're always talking about, Lagos, see the concept of melting pot, the idea that everybody can be everything, that thing, we may need to scale down on that thing a bit. We may want to look, if we have to look anywhere, maybe not look towards the west, maybe we have to look east now. Maybe we have to be the kind of Dubai where everybody can come, everybody can thrive, but the owners of the land are understood to be who they are. It's not New York where we're all together. It doesn't really, by the way, even New York is not like that. There are some people who are actually our monile. But for the most part, it appears to be that anybody can just, do whatever they want to do there. But the point is, Dubai has more than 90%. Please listen to me and you can fact check me. You don't have to take my word for it. Dubai has more than 90% expat rates. So it's not about number. More than 90% of the people living in Dubai are not Emiratis. But the Emiratis designed how they want that place to be governed. You can't even just get in there and become anything. Unless we have that mindset that we are several nations in one country, we're going to constantly get in trouble with ourselves. By the way, it's one group that's going to get into more problems, by the way, because they've got a problem in the north. That happened in the south. I was reading something last week, and I was afraid for the Igbos. And I say this again, not because I think any evil should happen to anybody. Of course not. I'm not praying any evil to happen to you. I don't think anybody should be violent. But I was just afraid. Let me know is the word for consent is the better word. I'm concerned. I was reading about the South-South issue all over again, what happened during the war, and how I got some videos as well. How some people said, no coming back, they are not coming back here. Don't say sorrow. They were not angry, they were smiling and saying it like, no, this place is ours now. You can spend all your life working on something and just not respecting people, and everything you work on, or everything you work to achieve, might just disappear like that. May that not be anybody's portion, whether you're Yoruba, Hausa, Tiv, or Igbo, regardless of where you're from. May that not be your portion. But I'm telling you that these actions, they have consequences. So, and since I mentioned Port Harcourt, since I mentioned South, let me see if I can find that video. Because you couldn't. 1 second. I don't know if you'll be able to get as much listening though. I guess I'm going to find it later.
I think it was this thing where...
I'm going to find it later.
I'm sure you must have heard of the abandoned...
I think it was this thing where... I'm sure you must have heard of the abandoned property stuff in Port Harcourt.
Even me, I have to be careful.
There's a story before that one, by the way. Again, even me, I have to be careful. There's a story before that one. That story, you'll find it in the book called Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion. In that story, the Igbos went into people's spaces and took it over. Houses belonging to folks from Abonema, from Degema, from Calabar, from Akwa Ibom. They took over those houses. Ejected the owners of the...
I just pray that everybody will be safe.
By the time everybody wakes up, I just pray that everybody will be safe, right?
So by the time...
And they're not going to have that kind of issue in Nigeria. They took over those buildings. So by the time the war came to an end, those people now didn't only go back to the buildings they took from them, they now took the buildings that belong to Igbos as well. That first part, that's the reason I said I should be careful in saying it, because that first part, we don't usually say it. And if you say that story without that first part, it's going to just make the folks in South look like demons. I'm not saying anybody's a demon here. I'm just saying that the story is fuller than we care to learn about, But if I find that video, I'm going to play it for you. But let's just continue with other things that we're going to do today. So let me play. 1 second, please. There's a man who gave us some very fantastic information a while back. I saw the video some time ago, right? But somebody was also kind enough to send me that video. I want you to take a listen to it. Please give me a second. All right, good. Found it. So you're going to listen to this one, please, while I find out the one on abandoned property. This is a man who is telling Igbo people to take up arms against the Yoruba people in Lagos. Again, when we speak like this, yes, we are measured, we hold back and things, but it's not because there is a particular agenda against a particular ethnic group. It's because there is a pattern. And I'm hoping that people that thrive in gaslighting their folks would not think they can do that to us. And I'm saying that because when the time comes for you to come up, please, I beg in the name of God, don't tell me that there's daylight at 2 p.m. in Nigeria. Right? We don't usually have that. This is not the North Pole. Take a listen to this. Let's say daylight at 2 p.m. Daylight at 2 a.m. Because we're in Nigeria. Take a listen to this fantastic person who is telling the Igbos what they should do in Lagos. Take a listen.
To the last, with the last fight, to the last, with the last blood. It's better you people rise, stop this here nonsense. Igbos who live in Lagos, open your eyes. Don't sleep with your two eyes. And when somebody push you, push back. You people should come together now. When they are shouting, Igbos must go. Plan how you defend yourself. Plan how you defend your property. Plan how you throw them inside lagoon. Most of us, when he started, go straight to Oba, throw him inside the lagoon. Burn down Lagos. They want to, they started this nonsense. Eh? What is wrong with you? See me trouble. We came to Lagos to build Lagos. Lagos is full of water. Or the Mengo Louis Ojukwu, Hebrew, all of them, they come to build Lagos. After all, Lagos belong to the first power of Lagos is from Benin. Now you are coming to claim what you don't have. Why are you claiming what you don't have? You are claiming what you don't have, and you can't give what you don't have. Who said Lagos belong to you? Enough is enough. Stop waking the lion, sleeping lion. Stop calling our name. Dismantle all this nonsense you are sharing in social media and the one your people. I'm calling the elders. Elders, rise up. You can't be elders and this is moving around. Who is Sanwo-Olu? Who is Sanwo-Olu? This is an imbecile. Call himself Sanwo-Olu. Very wicked human being. Whatever you will do against Igbos will come back to you, hurt you. If it didn't hurt you, it will hurt your children, your generation. He said.
So what is the lion? Okay.
So what is the lion? Okay. Lion. I mean, the Isiago is not even native to them. Where they find this, the Agu that is. And here's the point.
Let me say this.
You really think people? By the way, let me say this. Let me finish my first thought. You really think people who put out something like this will not have anybody say anything? And let me say what I really wanted to say. For those who say it's not everybody, of course it's not every Igbo person that thinks like this. Of course it's not every Igbo person who thinks like this. Yes. But guess what? How many people have you seen speak against what he's speaking on? How many people have you seen trying to correct him on social media? How many of his governors have you heard speak? Have you heard anything from Ezekwesili? How about Peter Obi, who is always talking about everything that he sees on social media? Have you seen anybody from the East actually correct the person? What does that tell you?
No, I don't think everybody is like that.
It's not an issue of everybody. No, I don't think everybody is like that.
People who don't mind the person.
But I think people who will not correct their own when he's wrong are people who don't mind the person doing what they are doing because in their mind the person is not really wrong. And if what he's saying works out, they will benefit from it.
It's not to say that everybody from the East, of course not.
That's the point.
Well, let's not deceive ourselves.
It's not to say that everybody from the East, of course not. You can't think like that.
And that's where
But let's not deceive ourselves. If you are not speaking against it, you're part of it. And that's where the real issue is. This one goes on social media, calling the governor of Lagos State an imbecile.
Sorry, if you call Ambode imbecile, what are you going to now call your own governors?
If you call Ambode imbecile, what are you going to now call your own governors?
What are you going to call your own governors?
Because Ambode. If you call Sanwo-Olu an imbecile, what are you going to call your own governors?
Because if an imbecile is doing all this.
Because if an imbecile is doing all this,
to graduate to having imbeciles in your government, somebody says, how about it?
Maybe you need to have to graduate to having imbeciles in your government place. Somebody says, how about Ijele?
Who are speaking on that?
Okay.
And who your people are not.
Give me 5 people from your region. 5. Who are speaking on that? And who your people are not going against.
And you're right. So again, give me the name
En masse.
of those people who your people
So you have mentioned one person, and you're right. So again, give me the names of those people who your people are not going against en masse. So in other words, even the person you are mentioning right now, who by the way is one of those who will speak against them, one of the very few. What do your people do to that one?
He's standing out, but your people are still telling him to shut up. Because
in other words, he's standing out, but your people are still telling him to shut up. Because somehow they don't want they don't want any accountability. They don't want you to say this person is wrong.
See, there's I mean, I don't have anything about demonizing people. Truth matter used to come.
And so see, there's something. I mean, I don't have anything about demonizing people. Truth matter used to come here. Izibo, he will speak. I'll let him speak.
But the question is this,
I don't agree with him every time, but at least he's not joining the bandwagon. But the question is this: what do majority of the Igbos say to people like that? The very few ones who dare to speak up, what do the majority of their own people say to them? They tell them to shut up. You can't hide behind those ones. This one is a baby. That imbecile who was calling the governor, I think he might need some time at the hospital. Maybe that's actually what he is. I said maybe, right? But here's the issue. I don't think it's his fault. Now we mess up. How? I'll play you 2 videos. Then I want you to judge. This one is from Yoruba elders in 1917. The next video you're going to hear will be from folks in Port Harcourt. Take a listen to the guys, to our Yoruba elders.
You accept the Igbos will be your brothers after this war?
Of course, really. We like them. They are still Nigerians. We want them. That's why we are fighting for unity.
Do you think they will like you so much, though, after all this?
I mean, I can say, but we know that we like them.
But do you feel it will be easy to integrate them in Nigeria now?
Well, they are already Nigerians.
What?
They are already Nigerians. We never dispute them.
Well, they disputed it, though, didn't they?
No, they didn't dispute.
Well,
they were misled.
Well, they set up a country of their own, called it Biafra.
They were misled, not that they did.
Oh, they were misled.
They were misled, and they've now seen the light.
Do you feel that...
So what you hear is Yoruba people making excuses for them, and so they were misled. They were misled. You know, which, by the way, is the way you should think if you think they're actually referring to human beings. And I think that's what they thought. And were they referring to human beings? I think they were. But should they have done that? I think they shouldn't have. Why am I saying that? Listen to the second video.
Who used to dominate commerce and industry here have not been allowed back. And the River State men, however eager to take over their jobs, have not yet acquired. The Igbos who used to dominate commerce and industry here have not been allowed back. And the River State men, however eager to take over their jobs, have not yet acquired the necessary skills. Outside the docks, I asked some Rivers men what they thought of the Igbos.
Igbos, though we are all one Nigeria, but they misbehave themselves, and we feel at the moment, at this time, they should remain in their East Central state.
You don't think there is a place for them to work down here now?
At the moment, I don't think so.
Do you think it will come in the future?
That future can tell.
But not now?
Not now.
The federal government has many times said that Igbos will live with their compatriots again in peace and prosperity. But whatever General Gowon may say about reconciliation in faraway Lagos, it's not happening here in the River State. This is Igrita, where these Igbos have lived for centuries. During the war they fled, and local people from other tribes who remained seized the chance to occupy or destroy their homes and seize their farmland. So now these people, there may be as many as 10,000 of them, huddle in squalid refugee camps like this, outcasts in their own towns. All their petitions to the governor of the River State have gone unanswered. There's no indication that they will ever get their homes back. How long is it that you and your people have lived here?
We have been here more than 400 years ago.
As long as that?
Over 400 years ago.
Do you have any other home at all?
We haven't got any place, no home again than here, than Ikwere here.
What do you think the local people want to do to you?
Well, the people say they want to fight us. So because we ran away when there was a booming of guns during the Civil War, you see, and the army people protect them, not allow them to fight us.
So the army at the moment is keeping you and them apart?
Yeah, the army people are guiding us here.
What would happen if the army left you alone?
They said they will fight against us.
They'll try and drive you out?
Yes, sir.
One group of Igbo refugees.
Listen to the people will tell you
If you listen to the Ikwere people tell you how they got there, he mentioned 400 years ago, right? But if you listen to the Ikwere people tell you how they got there, it's a totally different scenario, totally different context, right? And there's something you heard. When the gun started, we ran off. See, let me tell you something. This same thing happened in 93. These are people that call you cowards. Something happens, you run off. But that's not my problem. The issue is this: you run off perhaps because you know that that's not really where you're from. But that's even something totally different. Let me read some to you from the book I mentioned earlier, Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Neville Graham Douglas. You know what? Let me talk to this Frankie guy. I think you're here again, Abi. Should I talk to you? Or I should play you a video. Let me talk to you. Equal people were middlemen trading in slaves. There were certain people that settled among them and became part of them. Those people acculturated. They became part of them, not a separate group. The other groups that keep talking about being from the East were those who got there in the 1930s. Some of them got there earlier when Port Harcourt was being built by the British. But the idea of 400 years is a lie. If that's what you want to hear, I just told you. Because if you own a place and you've been there for 400 years, if something happens, that's your home.
On February 24, 1968,
I read something to you from Neville Graham Douglas. On February 24, 1968, pursuant to an address delivered by a civil commissioner in the government of Biafra to the people of Port Harcourt, and to a plan for the systematic extermination of all the notable peoples of Rivers and Southeastern states origin. Again, Southeast here is not the 5 Southeastern states. Southeast, at the time, is some that is a state that we now call Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. So we had Southeast State, we had East Central State, then we had Rivers. Rivers is present-day Rivers and Bayelsa. East Central is present-day Abia, Imo, Enugu, Ebonyi, and Anambra. Southeastern State is present-day Akwa Ibom and Cross River State. So I'm going to read this again now that we know that. On February 24, 1968, pursuant to an address delivered by a civil commissioner in the government of Biafra to the people of Port Harcourt, and to a plan for the systematic extermination of all the notable peoples of Rivers and Southeastern states origin in and around Port Harcourt, drawn up by some well-known Igbo professionals and businessmen. As a first step, the buildings and other properties of some 12 Rivers people and 1 Southeasterner in Port Harcourt were destroyed by mobs of Igbo demonstrators, in most cases by burning. As might be expected, mine led the rest. 2 of my buildings, one of them my residence in the city, with all their contents, including my entire law library, office equipment, a variety of documents, furniture, a motor car, and various items of personal chattels were destroyed. The reason? Every Rivers man or Southeasterner was ipso facto a saboteur, and yet we were all supposed to be fellow Biafrans.
So when the whole thing ended, you see their response, you see our response.
So when the whole thing ended, you see their response, you see our response. Their response was, they are not coming back. And in case you're just joining us, welcome to the program. Listen again to the elders who went through a situation where the buildings were taken over and some were destroyed. And I'm going to read another one. By the time this is done, I'll read another thing that happened to folks from that region. Take a listen to this. Again.
Used to dominate commerce and industry here have not. The Igbos who used to dominate commerce and industry here have not been allowed back. And the River State men, however eager to take over their jobs, have not yet acquired the necessary skills. Outside the docks, I asked some Rivers men what they thought of the Igbos.
It was, though we are all one Nigeria, but they misbehave themselves, and we feel at the moment, at this time, they should remain in their East Central State.
You don't think there is a place for them to work down here now?
At the moment, I don't think so.
Do you think it will come in the future?
That future can tell.
But not now?
Not now.
The federal government has many times said that Igbos will live with their compatriots again in peace and prosperity. But whatever General Gowon may say about reconciliation in faraway Lagos, it's not happening here in the Rivers State. This is Igrita, where these Igbos have lived for centuries. During the war they fled, and local people from other tribes who remain seized the chance to occupy or destroy their homes and seize their farmland. So now these people, there may be as many as 10,000 of them, huddle in squalid refugee camps like this, outcasts in their own towns. All their petitions to the governor of the Rivers State have gone unanswered. There's no indication that they will ever get their homes back.
We have been here more than 400 years ago.
As long as that?
Over 400 years ago.
Do you have any other home at all?
We haven't got any place, no home again than here, than Equator here.
What do you think the local people want to do to you?
Well, the people say they want to fight us. So because we ran away when there was a booming of guns during the Civil War, you see, and the army people protect them, not allow them to fight us.
So you're the army at the moment?
Olatunde Odediro on YouTube, thank you very much for the gift. Thank you so much for your support. I see some people saying things in the comment section on TikTok. Your time will come. Let me read from Sunset in Biafra. This man is an Ikwere man. This man said they've been there for 400 years in Ikwere land. I already told you those who got there and how they got there without having to mention their name. Hopefully you got it. But let me read to you how some of the lands were possessed during the war. This is Sunset in Biafra by late Chamadi. It says here, Ojukwu and his top advisors, I was supposed to be reading the news story along. We're going to get back to that. Flower Boy, Ijebu's Yorubas, our history is different from yours. You never had a common identity until the British came. Yorubas had a common identity before the British came. You were a group of different small groups brought together by the British. This is not about nomenclature, it's about identity. You had no common identity before the British. And if you're looking for somebody to compare yourself with, look for other groups, your mates. Don't be mentioning Ijebu and Yoruba. You don't have anything to, you can't even understand what we're talking about because you're not as developed as you should be. If you were a human, but I'm not surprised. Let's read this. Again, please, I want to advise you. Let me just read because if you ask me questions like this, you will collect. Ojukwu and his top advisors, again, this is Sunset in Biafra by Leche Amadi, is an Ikwere man. Ojukwu and his top advisors did not quite appreciate the plight of the minority groups. If they did not show it. Having proclaimed their Biafra, they ignored or underestimated the fears of the minorities. These fears were fed daily by cruel arrests and detentions. Gradually, even those of the minority groups who had lost relations and property in the north came to feel that their salvation lay in a united Nigeria. A popular saying among the less intelligent Igbos was, quote, "This is Biafra land," unquote. To them, the proclamation of independence meant the communal ownership of land, a highly prized thing in Igbo land. In my village, Igbos who had been living among us peacefully for years suddenly became aggressive and tyrannical. They would walk into private property and harvest plantains, oranges, and pawpaws, in spite of protests from the owners. This is Biafra land was all they said. A palm quarter who had hitherto been exploiting my family's farm plantation for a rental refused to pay any more rent soon after the proclamation of secession. What was more, he walked fearlessly onto my family land and cleared a considerable chunk of it for farming purposes. When I confronted him, all he said was, "This is Biafra land." I could go to court if I liked, he advised. It was unthinkable. At this time, the customary courts were corrupt and scandalously inefficient. Furthermore, they were handicapped by a racket which they could do nothing about. If a defendant felt he had no leg to If a defendant felt he had no leg to stand on, all he needed to do was to ask for a transfer of the case to a magistrate court in Port Harcourt. He would then race to Port Harcourt and see the man, that's C in quote, who handled the transfers. The application would then be buried underneath a pyramid of files. The plaintiff, at the customary court end, might then wait for years without getting a hearing. The customary court would tell him, and quite rightly, that they were waiting to hear from the higher court. This practice was particularly successful in land matters because while a case was hanging, while a case was hanging, a land grabber could plant crops and harvest them. In fact, it was rumored that this was a carefully worked out device to do the natives out of their land. All right, I'll read something else. This one I find to be ridiculous, but we're reading.
I watch helplessly as a trespasser beats deeper and deeper into our land.
I watch helplessly as a trespasser beats deeper and deeper into our land. Planting as it went, the particular piece of land in question did not matter very much. In fact, if the man had come in the usual way to ask for it, he would have got it without any trouble. As it was deliberately carrying out an experiment, which, if successful, would have grave consequences for all landowners. The only thing to do was to put up a very bold front. With luck, the man might be frightened off. If, as often happened, he invited his tribesmen to help him, then I would just have to give up the unequal struggle. Early one morning, my brothers and I, armed with sharp knives. By the way, this same book was where is the same book where he talked about the fact that they got into their region in the 1940s. That was when they got there. And someone in the comment section was saying something like, oh, what if what happened, people will run away. If what happens and you run away, where is not? Are you going to go back home? The point is that the people that are running away are people that know that they're not from there. I'm not saying people don't run away. People run away. But from time, everybody that happened in 1993, during also Abiola, that's how your people ran away. Again, running is, you should be working with Usain Bolt. Ojukwu ran away, Nnamdi Kanu ran away. Nnamdi Azikiwe ran away. Everybody's always running away. Ifeanyi ran away. But it's well. You are the bold one. Let's go on. It is well. Every other person is a coward, but you are the one who is always running away. Early one morning, my brothers and I, armed with sharp knives and cudgels, took up positions on the farm. I conspicuously parked my battered Volkswagen by the roadside. By midday, nobody had appeared. We went home. We did this for a week without anyone showing up. Eventually, the farm was overrun with wheat. I had won a victory, but I knew it was a Pyrrhic victory. About this time, I was branded a saboteur, and many damning reports about me were sent to the militia, the civil defense, and the army headquarters in Port Harcourt and Umuahia, the new rebel capital. I had never felt so trapped in my life. About this time, December 1967, my village was engaged in its annual fishing spree in Balam. Please listen to this one. Please listen to this one. You heard about Biafra land. This is Biafra land. You're about to hear something different right now. By the way, we have a video on this on YouTube. Biafra land and Biafra fish. About this time, December 1967, my village was engaged in its annual fishing spree in Balam, a series of freshwater ponds very rich in fish. The Igbos living in our midst insisted on fishing. It is Biafra fish, they said. We resisted, knowing full well the possible repercussions. We were defeated. Secessionist soldiers were posted along the path to the ponds. As the fishermen emerged, they were made to surrender their catch at gunpoint. The villagers reacted splendidly. They did not panic or fight back. They were prepared. They said to provide the soldiers with fish so long as they, the owners of the pond, did the fishing. For days, the soldiers carted off baskets of fish for nothing. In the end, their consciences stung them. They grew ashamed and relented. And so what with rice and fish stew, we kept up the spirit of Christmas in spite of the tensions of war. You think these people are going to finish fighting and tell you to come back to the land? Like we did. There are three major parts of this country outside the eastern region. The north, the south, and the western region. The south as it is now, and then western region. In the north, the Igbos were dealt with in 45, in 53, in 66. And that's why today you will not hear the kind of disrespect that you hear in Yoruba land in the north. You will not hear it. Anambra, fair and finest, I beg you in the name of God, just because I don't curse you out like your people curse people out does not mean that you get to write this nonsense in my comment section. I'm begging you, please. You can't be this stupid.
Do you guys have a meeting where
The person telling you that this is Biafra land, you are saying the soldiers. Do you guys have a meeting where you discuss stupidity? Like, do you share it like a family heirloom? Like, what is this?
were you taught not to ever take responsibility?
It's not Biafra, it's soldier. It's not soldier, it's somebody else. Were you taught not to ever take responsibility in your life? Is that a cultural thing where you're from?
The point is this. The one who did it and the ones who didn't do it.
The point is this.
Like this one I would say,
The one who did it and the ones who didn't do it, the ones who, like this one I would say, oh, it's not like that. Oh, they are the ones who make excuses for the ones who did it. But this is what I was saying. I'm going to finish what I was saying. In 45, 53, 66, the North dealt with the Igbos. Therefore, if you notice in the North right now, nobody dares misbehave. Especially the Igbos. And the Igbos are known for misbehaving. Somebody says, what do I mean? I'm going to find a book. I was supposed to be reading the news, but this is important. It's important because I am just trying to warn people. Not because I know there's a problem coming up, but I can tell. If you read this to a particular point, my brothers and sisters, you begin to have the capacity to predict certain things. The more things change, the more they remain the same. Frank Effect says, always a book. It's better for me to carry books than to carry guns. What we know your people for are, please. We'll carry books to teach you wisdom. You carry guns to show stupidity. Who do you think is? Because this thing you're doing, you have done it before. I'm going to read what happened in the North. If you think this is about some girl trying to do art exhibition, if you think that's what it's about, it's not about. That's not what it is. I'm going to read to you from a book, this book called Beckon to Serve. So I read Ojuku's Rebellion and World Opinion by Nebo Graham Douglas, who was the Attorney General of Eastern Region. He was a Rivers man. They dealt with that man. Another day we'll talk about the book. We'll talk about those things in that book. I also read Sunset in Biafra by Lechi Amadi. He's an Ikwere man from present-day Rivers State. These are people whose stories nobody wants you to hear. And right now, even on YouTube, I have a person cursing me out right now. But again, you were not raised with sense. I'm not sure your parents were able to pass it on to you, but so continue. How was I? Cursing me out as if I collected the wisdom your father was. But we're going to read those things. Is it to demonize a group? No. It's actually to warn that group. To demonize a group is the low vibrational kind of thing. It's low energy. I'm going to read. I'm reading this to warn people. This is Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari. It says here, Ironsi's task was not helped by the behavior of Igbo residents in the north. Since his assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs. In other words, they said it was Igbo. They said it. The Igbos. Since assuming power, many of them had been loudly proclaiming the regime to be theirs, and even making a virtue of the January coup killings. This attitude quickly spread from offices and public institutions to places like motor terminals and markets. Some Igbo shopkeepers even took to displaying large-sized photographs which depicted Major Nzogu standing beside the body of the slain Sir Hamadu Bello, the former Northern Premier. Igbo people would draw the attention of Northerners to the photographs and say of Nzogu, Shine Maganinku, In Hausa, he is the one who can knock sense into you. Some Igbo also took to public playing of a gramophone record called Machine Gun, whose celebratory lyrics of the January killings were interspersed with the sound of gunshots. Such unwarranted provocations naturally exacerbated the unease between Northerners and the Igbo. The pulse of Northern grassroots disquiet was reflected in the vernacular press. On 28 March 1966, Gaskia Tafikwabo ran a trenchant editorial calling for the insolent behavior of the Igbo residing in the north to be curbed. That was in March. So when you read of what happened in May, please understand, as much as the north is not perfect, as much as there's so many things they have done wrong, and there are things that we can remember, that there is no smoke without fire. And if you say, oh, but Shehu Shagari speaking here, is a Hausa man. Well, this same thing is also reported in the book by Nnamdi Azikiwe. The book is called The Origins of the Civil War. Azikiwe is not from the north. This same thing, you will find it in the book by Godwin Alabi Sama, The Tragedy of Victory, where it talked about what the Hausa officer, Abubakar, relayed to the people. As I'm reading this now, look in the comment section. You see people insulting me, or people saying things like it's propaganda. You are a goat. Don't stop. And is that the one that called himself a bishop? If fools were bishop, if fools were Christian, you'd be the bishop. So I feel sorry for the people who are following you, because they must be non-thinking humans.
The point I'm trying to make is this.
But I'm a Christian, we're not fools.
There's a pattern.
The point I'm trying to make is this. There's a pattern. It happened in the north. It happened in the east. By the way, let me say it this way. You see, in 66, there were 4 regions: north, east, west, midwest. You misbehaved in the north, they dealt with you. You misbehaved in the east, they dealt with you. You misbehaved in the Midwest, Nigeria dealt with you. You are misbehaving in the West. From what you just heard me read right now, that doesn't sound to you like misbehavior. You go everywhere telling them, we own the place. You know what? You want me to define misbehave? Let me help you with one definition. Not that it's going to help you. And that's not because it cannot help you, but because some of you are incapable of being helped. But it's important to put this on record. Take a listen to this.
Lagos now! Come on! Who get Lagos? Now we get Lagos! Come on, fall out! Ah, my baby! Come on! Who that be? Yes, sir! Who that be? Who that be? Now we get it! Now we get Lagos! Straight credibility! Come on! Lagos, we are here! We are here, Lagos! We are here! We are here! We there! Dear anybody, we not a fear face, see my face. I am angry. Obedient, I'm angry. I am obedient and angry. Come on! Come on, where will they walk out?
If you say please, I promise I'm going to respond to you.
Anambra, your name is Anambra, right? If you say please, I promise I'm going to respond to you. If you say please, I'll respond to you. But you don't come here to tell me what to do. You don't. If you're going to ask someone to do something, the least you can do is to be courteous. Don't just talk like you're in a park or that you're selling spare parts. Like, talk respectfully. This one say, bring me up. Who are you?
This is to Yoruba people. If you see in the comment section right now, people say things like,
let me say something, and this is to Yoruba people. If you see in the comment section right now, you hear people say things like, you guys say you're educated, so this video has defined the whole tribe. No. You know what defined the whole tribe? The inability of your people to actually correct wrong behavior. That's what defines your people.
people can do anything.
It's not the actions. A person can misbehave. People can do anything. But the question is this: how many times you actually see people from your place actually speaking up and say, will they go beyond boundary? You don't. Why? You don't have that mindset. You're not taught. You're not properly raised. Bishop, you know what? I think at this point, I'm going to mute you, because what I'm going to say to you right now might make you stop being a minister. If you are, I see solution prayer, prophecy, counseling, deliverance, dynamic teachings. What are you teaching? Fully.
And if you noticed, for those who are Yoruba and other Nigerians, if you noticed, not once have this.
And if you noticed, for those who are Yoruba and other Nigerians, if you noticed, not once have these clowns in the comment section said one thing about what was done or what was said. All they are doing is speaking against the person who is speaking against what was said.
Ask about what do you call it? IPOB.
These are people that you are going to ask ask about what do you call it? IPOB. People will tell you that it is not a terrorist organization. They don't. You cannot take responsibility. But if you speak against it, then you are the one who is wrong. But the matter where you discuss logo, no. You must not mention that thing. And you think you can have a home that is peaceful? It's not possible. Your home will always be in disarray. Why? Nobody's going to take responsibility for anything. Take a listen to this one before we go on to something else.
With the last blood, it's better you people stop this here nonsense. Igbos who live in Lagos, open your eyes. Don't sleep with your two eyes. And when somebody push back. You people should come together now. When they are shouting, Igbos must go. Plan how you defend yourself. Plan how you defend your property. Plan how you throw them inside lagoon. First of all, when he started, go straight to Oba, throw him inside lagoon. Burn down. Lagos. If they want to, if they will started this nonsense. What is wrong with you?
All right, so that one sounds like a tout, although you're supposed to be somebody's father. But there's another person who actually sounded a bit more educated. And I'd like you to take a listen to this so-called educated man. Take a listen, please.
It's not possible because it's not possible because Igbos are too good for Nigerians.
So what is your advice for Igbo politicians that are clamoring to be the president of Nigeria?
To go back to their constituencies and develop it first, because you're dealing with people who don't really understand the meaning of democracy and development. Nigerians lack development, so Igbos are far too ahead. Igbos are far too ahead, too advanced for whatever Nigeria is, which is a complete geographical expression. That's all.
Yeah, Igbos are far too ahead of Nigeria, and you wonder why nobody's doing anything today. Today is Monday, Wabi.
It's amazing. It's Monday.
Today is Monday. It's amazing. It's Monday. Thank God it's Monday. Thank God it's Monday. It's Monday. Oh. You're far ahead. You'd expect that you would go there, you'll be seeing skyscrapers everywhere because they are way too advanced. Like, you're right, Okanoni, they're way too advanced to work on Monday. There's something that I'm keeping. I'll talk about this one later. This one happened in Enugu, happened this last week. People, they just go everywhere in Nigeria deceiving everybody, but we'll come back to this in a bit. Let's go through other news.
Let's have some good news first, because we'll take some good news and go back to this whole matter. Because
Let's have some good news first, because we'll take some good news and go back to this whole matter, because it's bad news. It's bad news because you have a group gaslighting the entire country, and the rest of us just say, "Oh, we want national unity." National unity. It's not national unity. It's this situation where you have this.
not a good situation. Let's leave it at that. I think I always say it here.
Not a good situation. Let's leave it at that.
Somebody just.
I think I always say it here. I just stop because somebody just. What did I do for this? Or just cursing me repeatedly on YouTube? She'll sink on me.
Just describe your grandfather.
Continue. Bishop finally came out and said, Mumu. You just described your grandfather, your father, everybody in your lineage. And yourself, by the way, because you are very stupid. You say you are doing counseling for people. With which head? This your empty call is all you're using to do prayer for people. Jesus is Lord.
The blind leading the blind.
You counsel the blind leading the blind. Let me play something from Fiberesima Ibn Abo. Let's have some good news. We're going to go back to those people who say gaslight us very soon. But let's have this one first. This is Ibn Abo Fiberesima. She did a fantastic work, and I think it's important to acknowledge it. Take a listen to this.
Out in September. Finally, here is going to be out in September as well.
Yes.
So what excited are you?
I'm very excited because, like you know, we already released in London, and the reception was out of the moon. And I'm expecting the same thing from here. I know it's been on so long; everybody's waiting. It's worth the wait. Trust me. And a lot of people ask me what inspired me, and I always say the Yorubas inspired me. Because you see, I admire the Yorubas. They celebrate their culture, preserve their heritage. Yes.
How excited?
There's a longer version of that video, but it's not here. She talked about the movie that she made to talk about their culture, and she also mentioned that when they had the premiere in England, the UK, that she was asked if it was a Yoruba story, and then she had to tell them it was Ijo. And she also mentioned that I think her grandmother is Yoruba or something like that, and that actually inspired her to do a movie about her own people. And I wish her all the best. I think it's important for every ethnic group in Nigeria to tell their own stories. It's not just, it's not enough to make movies and everybody is just trying to be American. You've got to be real, you've got to be yourself, because your uniqueness is where your progress lies. So I'm very happy that the lady is doing the fantastic work she's doing. You guys should check her out. You can get the title of the movie and things like and the other things that she's working on. So that's important. I just wanted to put that out there this afternoon. A gentleman on Facebook did something quite interesting. His name is Ogochukwu Okolocha. He says, generally, Igbos are known to be business savvy. Why are Yoruba topping this list? Well, he was talking about the list of the 10 Nigerian CEOs who own the most shares in the listed companies they lead. So there's Wole Oshin, who has 63 billion shares in Custodian Investment PLC. There is Eddie Efekoha in Consolidated Hallmark PLC with 1.62 billion shares. There's Folasope Ayesimoju of UAC of Nigeria PLC, Ladi Balogun FCMB, Yemi Odubi Sterling Financial Holdings, Babatunde Fajemirokun ICO Insurance PLC, Oliver Alauba United Bank for Africa, Nneka Oyeli Ikpe Fidelity Bank, Adaura Omeoji, Peter Shade of United Capital PLC. So the person said, Easybo, by the way, and says, generally, Igbos are known to be business savvy. Why are Yoruba topping this list? I have a response, but I'm going to keep it for now. I'm just going to read some of the comments in the comments in his comment section. A gentleman named Emmanuel Kelechukwu Ogazi says, being business savvy is one thing, but positioning yourself where ownership meets leadership is another. The Yoruba topping that CEO list shows how wealth creation is shifting from buying. Is shifting. They show how wealth creation is shifting from buying and selling to building and owning. Sometimes it's not about who is more business savvy in general, but who positions themselves early in industries where wealth can multiply through ownership. Yoruba CEOs have been strategic in combining corporate leadership with equity stakes, which is a different wealth play from traditional whatever. And then Ike Chukwebuka Prince says the Yoruba run organized business more than the Igbos. Someone says Yoruba are more educated and so on and so forth. And then this other person says the Yorubas are more educated and they had a head start. The Igbos had a major drawback during and after the Civil War. So yes, Yorubas are the richest and most educated tribe in Nigeria. Anyway, so here's the issue. There's a mistake we make in Nigeria. Igbos are So what happens from that side of the country is called trading. And it's important. It's very important, but it's not business. Business entails more than buying and selling. You have to have a corporate culture. You have to have a corporate identity. You have a corporate image. There are other things that go into it. Business is a totally different field. We have Yoruba traders who have traded for centuries, and it's important to have trading. And the Igbos trade, and Yorubas also trade. Hausas trade. Everybody trades. It's just that because you see a particular group in different parts of Nigeria, you assume that that group trades more than everybody else. It's not true. But do they trade? They do. But that's not what business is. And you see, for people who are always talking about federal character, in business, there's no federal character. And that's why if you tell yourself that you have billionaires who wear singlet, when Forbes list comes out, they don't think of your singlet. They think of the fact. There's no federal character. They won't say, because we chose one Yoruba, let's choose one Igbo. It's not like that. Okay? So the truth of the matter is that, and this is going to continue for a bit, because everybody likes to lie to themselves. We are better than everybody. I don't think Yoruba people are better than everybody, but I think it's important to mention some of these things so that we actually know what's happening. I'm going to read this is from Leading Ladies Africa, the female CEOs of Nigerian banks. Yesterday, Oni is the CEO of Union Bank. Yemisi Agbede is the CEO of Access Holdings. Kafilat Araoye is the CEO of Lotus Bank. Olusonya Miriam is CEO of GT Bank. Adaora Umeoji, GMD CEO of Zenith Bank. Bukola Smith, CEO of FSDH Merchant Bank. Neka Oyali Ikwe, CEO of Fidelity Bank. Yemisi Edun, CEO of FCMB. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, CEO Citibank. Alima Buba, CEO SunTrust Bank. Tomi Shomefun, CEO Unity Bank. I don't have to tell you the ones who are Yoruba amongst them. But let all of us be talking about singlet. There's another list on the 50 companies that control Lagos. The first one, of course, is Dangote. Is Hausa. Number 2 is Globalcom. That's by Market Adenuga, is Yoruba. Number 3 is BUA Group. Abdurabiu, that is a Hausa. And then it goes on and on. First Bank, Zenith. And the truth is this, with all due respect to everybody, of course you have Fidelity, Geregu, that's Otadola, Honeywell, Hoando, and so on and so forth. These 50 major guys, of these 50, it's almost, there's Hausa there, there's Yoruba there, there's Igbo there. But based on the noise you hear on social media, you'll expect that.
You guys like him in the comment section.
Sorry, guys, I think it's enough. Let me just mute. You know what? You guys like him in the comment section. Do you like him? He's a clown for today. If you see the way he's looking, he looks like a total douchebag. Do you like him in the comment section, giving us comic relief, or I should mute him? Should I mute him? Okay, let me know in the comment section. I want this to be about you. I should leave him for you. Okay, let me leave him for you. Let's have some. You're not a comedian. You're not even a clown. You're a douchebag. Because at least comedians, if Bovi is talking now, basket mouth, Chevy will go and pay and listen to them. Those ones are, they are worth their weight. You are a fulefu. All right. I'm going to read these things because, again, we say these things are petty. Are you gay, Bishop? Better change this your name, because I pray for you that you will not say this thing that will cause you to just waste away. Because this thing that's happening to you right now, it will eat you from within. You just waste away. So I pray it's not going to happen to you. But I hope you guys are saying the Bishop, you guys are looking at the comment section. Somebody said I should mute him. You know what, guys? It's actually disturbing me more than. Let's mute him for let's do 1 minute. Let's see if his brain will reset in 1 minute. The Bishop I'm calling right now is just a stage name. you are a douchebag. It's not a title. You can't be a title. You can't even be a minister. Forget all this title you put on top. It's the same thing with the clown that went to call himself engineer last week. Went to become Obi of Lagos. You guys just have all these titles. You are not title to just enter your head. But watch your heart, because you might waste away from within. But let's get back into this. So, I mean, you have names and details, whether it's in Nollywood or in film and stuff. I don't have to read the names. I'm just saying that it's not about shouting, I own everything, I do this thing, I do that thing. That is not about that. It's about productivity. It's about results. You don't need all this, I'm this, I'm that, I'm this, I'm that. But one thing I can say is that I appreciate the person who was even bold enough, and his name is Ogochukwu Okolocha, clearly Igbo, to actually put this thing out there. And he asked a question, but the real answer is that business and trade are two different things. Trade is important. We're supposed to scale and grow, and there are traders who have become business people. There are also traders who are still trading, and there's nothing wrong with any. We need many traders, right? There's nothing wrong with trading, but it's important to be clear that this thing is not happening because of all of those, other funny reasons. Anyway, moving on. Speaking of Dangote, Nupeng and Dangote met. They met at the DSS headquarters. By the way, when we say Dangote now, we're talking about the organization, not the person. Sorry, guys. I think this guy is slipping through the cracks. The cracks somewhere. Let's crack him up. All right. So they met at the DSS headquarters, and the State Minister of Labour, the Deputy Director General of DSS, and other DSS personnel, as well as representatives from NMDPRA, Dangote, TUC, NLC, and Nupeng were all in attendance. And they resolved, right, that Dangote will be able to move his products. His members that are willing to join the unions, could also join the union. So I think that's a win-win for the people. Moving on very quickly, something from Central Bank of Nigeria, banking recapitalization. The Federal Bank, let me just read some things here. In Q1 2024, the Central Bank of Nigeria announced an imminent reform in Nigeria's banking sector recapitalization, which is targeted towards creating a strong financial base as Nigeria pursues the ambitious goal of attaining a $1 trillion GDP by 2030. And so essentially what they're saying basically is that they want to have fewer banks but stronger banks, right? So some of the banks that have met the requirements: International, GT Bank, National, Eco Bank, Stanbic Bank. I heard that Roma Bank has also joined this national group. I'll tell you how they did the categorization. Regional Providence Bank, Non-Interest, Jaiz Bank, and Lotus Bank. So the new minimum capital requirements: commercial banks international must have 500 billion naira as their capital, right, as a financial base, right? Commercial banks national 200 billion, commercial banks regional 50 billion naira, merchant banks 50 billion naira, non-interest banks national 20 billion naira, non-interest banks regional 10 billion naira, BDCs tier 1 2 billion naira, and BDCs tier 2 500 million naira. So what this is going to give us is that we're going to have fewer banks, but they'll be stronger, and they'll be able to compete favorably. Let me just read some things here. Why is this necessary? The recapitalization program is expected to build stronger and shock-resistant banks, support large-scale credit to businesses and consumers, align banking capacity with Nigeria's ambition for a $1 trillion economy. What should Nigerians expect? Fewer but stronger banks, financial inclusion, improved risk management, improved services like loan availability, better digital banking, enhanced international transactions, innovative financial products. So these are the things that we should be looking forward to with what is happening in that sector. I want to read something else from the bank. I hope I can quickly find it. One second. So I found some other interesting information from Central Bank. I thought it's important to mention it. Yes. So tomorrow, the the Central Bank of Nigeria is having a fair in Kano. The theme is driving alternative payment channels as tools for financial inclusion, growth, and accelerated economic development. That's a mouthful. The point is they're having a fair. And the idea basically, of course, is to reach others, the unbanked. They can talk to, the importance of being of being included in the banking system, so to speak. All right, so that's happening tomorrow, and that's just something quite good. There's something else that I think will interest you. All right, yeah, you're going to like this one because I think it's informative, and I think it's going to also educate us on how to be careful, especially with links and stuff that people send to us on social media. This is from Central Bank of Nigeria. Please take a listen to this. It's going to help you. And that's very, very important information. But let me add this. Whenever people send you links, if you see http:// and so on and so forth, don't click on it, especially if you don't know who sent you that stuff. For the most part, you want to be sure that the URL has an S, right? So you have HTTPS. That means it's secure. Without the S, it's not secure. Now, I see a lot of funny clowns send me links because of this TikTok live. If you only knew. Anyway, protect yourselves, guys. All right. HTTP is not protected. It's not secure. And so if you're not sure who is sending it to you, be wary of such things. All right. I hope that helps somebody. Let's move on to Dangote. Dangote refinery begins direct supply of PMS with free delivery effective today, Monday, September 15, 2025. New gantry price is 820 naira. Retail pump price in Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Ondo, Osun, and Ekiti would be 841 naira from today. Abuja, Delta, Rivers, Edo, and Kwara will be 851 naira. That's something good, especially with the fact, knowing now that he's going to be delivering using his own CNG buses. So that's something really, really good. By the way, I don't know if you heard about what happened in Nepal after the old, rockers. Turns out a 73-year-old woman is the one who emerged as the interim prime minister. 73. So much for young power. And they had the election on Discord. It's quite interesting. And by the way, she is a former Chief Justice of that country. And she was appointed president. So she was appointed by the president. who is still president, but she's now going to be the interim prime minister. So much for changing the old order. We turn things around. That's why I tell people that a lot of times people just do this revolution. They don't have any plans after this. But again, they are listening on Discord, which is quite nice, using social media to vote. We're going to wrap up. There's another news that I'm going to read, and those who have been cursing me out, you're going to have another opportunity to curse me out in a few minutes. So please stay around. And if you don't stay around, that's okay. But I'm not doing this so you can curse me out, but I think you may want to hear what I have to say about the matter of what's happening in Enugu at the moment. But before I talk about Enugu and other, I'm going to talk about some other things. River State government has announced the commencement of activities marking its transition from emergency rule to democratic governance. As part of the program, the government on Sunday held an interdenominational church Thanksgiving service at the Ecumenical Center at Bonema, Wharf Road, Port Harcourt. So I'm very glad what's happening in River State. Things are looking good. The emergency, period is over. Thank God. Another news, Fayemi has dumped ADC. Amechi said that he would never talk to JKF again. Okay, anyway, Kayode Fayemi has left the ADC. Make of that whatever you will. Interesting days ahead. Interesting days ahead. This is from Akwa Ibom State. Pastor Umo Eno says today he was talking about, this was on Friday, he presided over a meeting where the EXCO approved the 695 billion naira supplementary budget. This brings the total 2025 budget size to 1.65 trillion naira, Akwa Ibom State budget for the year. And yeah, it says we deeply appreciate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his continuous support to states, which has provided us with the resources to implement life-touching projects for our citizens and deliver on the Arise agenda. He talked about many things that they're working on. Let me just mention some of it. Implementation of the new minimum wage and personal emolument, NYC allowances for core members, emergency flood and erosion control projects to protect vulnerable communities, completion of ongoing projects affected by inflation, construction of new roads with awards prioritized to take advantage of the dry season, purchase of EBOM, CNG mass transit buses to expand safe and affordable transport, funding for newly created ministries including sports, digital economy, humanitarian services, and the Bureau of Rural Development and Cooperatives, tree crop revolution program to boost agriculture and job creation, construction of new housing estates, renovation of the House of Assembly complex, capital provisions for acquiring new aircraft to strengthen EBOM Air's operations. I like that bit. Development of the Arise shopping city, boosting tourism and commerce. I like all these things. By the way, I have a soft spot for Akwa Ibom. I'm sure you probably know this. I serve there. And anytime I see this EBOM Air thing, it makes me happy because when we're serving, we used to use AKTA, then later became AKTC, Akwa Ibom Transport Company, and then later, of course, they moved on to EBOM Air. So it's a beautiful thing to see the growth and the development in Akwa Ibom State. Having said that, let's move on to something else. It's Monday, so we usually spend more time on the news on Monday because we have many days to cover. So that's why we do this. This one is let me see, Ombo. 1 second, please. Okay. Some of these things we've already discussed. I don't want to go back into some of them. And some of them I don't even want to talk about at all because of time. Ombo. Do 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 do. Da da da. Ba da da. Morishere Laemi Morio. The federal government has signed a landmark memorandum of understanding with the government of China to commence local production of insulin in Nigeria, a move expected to drastically reduce import dependency and make diabetes treatment more affordable for millions of citizens. The agreement, which marks a significant milestone in Nigeria's healthcare sector, is aimed at addressing the high cost of managing diabetes and ensuring sustainable access to life-saving medication. By producing insulin locally, the country will save on foreign exchange previously used for imports and strengthen its pharmaceutical manufacturing base. This is going to be a game changer for diabetic care in Nigeria, and it's something to celebrate. All right. Morowo Laimi Morio. May God bless the the president himself, his government, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria as we continue to make progress. Before I play the other thing, I'd like you to listen to this gentleman who went to the East, and he was so kind to make a video and inform us what he found in the Eastern region. That was just a couple of days ago. Take a listen.
All the investments here folded, completely folded. Hey! Alume pam pam. So thank God for life. Hey!
That's sad news. Entire streets abandoned, buildings dilapidated. Some of them are really nice, but nobody's living there. Abandoned properties all over the place. Pray for peace in the southeast, but first we also pray that people in the southeast learn to take responsibility. Let's move on. Dangote refinery petrol price cuts not patriotic, create market shock, Dapman warns. The Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, Dapman, has warned that unchecked claims and practices by Dangote refinery are squeezing local businesses and could worsen fuel costs for ordinary Nigerians already battling a fragile post-deregulation economy. The association's executive secretary, Olufemi Adewale, who in a statement on Saturday described these moves as unpatriotic, explained that the price cuts by the refinery ignore their timing and market impact. The warning followed the latest reduction in gantry price by the refinery to 820 naira per litre. According to Dangote refinery, Lagos and other southwestern states will see fuel retailing at 841 naira per litre, while Abuja, Rivers, Delta, Edo and Kwara states will sell at 851 naira per litre. If you ask me, I think the Dapman, came up with what I want to say. Dapman, they need to go and chill and drink some Chapman. Because somebody bring fuel, you say you want import. You now want making the look waiting they bring in before you determine how much when you want selling product. The market won't buy one way cheap pass and way good pass. And clearly, people like say Dangote they cheat us. They sell good product, this cheaper. You will want to go import by force. Continue now. Continue. So I don't know if we should be wasting energy on that. We shouldn't actually. All right. Oyo State last week, and also Ogun State have now issued new school guidelines. But let me read one from Ogun State. It's the same thing for both. Ogun State government has stopped extravagant graduation parties in schools. Only students finishing primary 6, GS3 and SS3 are allowed to have graduation ceremonies, and this must be simple and modest. This is to reduce pressure on parents and focus more on learning, not parties. Also, schools can no longer change textbooks every year. Textbooks must be used for at least 6 years before any changes. This will help parents save money. The government says these changes will make education better and more affordable for everyone. Right? Something similar was put out by the Oyo State government recently. And also the Imo State government did the same thing. I think it's very important, especially as parents. Like, it saves you a lot of money. All right. INEC chairman. So somebody put out a list that apparently since Nigeria began, we have never had a Southwesterner head INEC Nigeria. Is that marginalization? I don't know what to say. Anyway, let's listen to something from Engineer David Umahi, the Minister of Works. Take a listen to the man.
It shows your commitment, for this project. It shows your support and love for Mr. President. Yes. And so I thank you very, very highly. Thank you so much. And I assure you the quality of the work. Yes. This flyover was never in the budgets, but it's a gift of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to Governor Hyacinth. So it's a gift that he has asked me to give to you. And what we are doing is prudent engineering, and financial management. We are, redesigning a number of issues.
So there is this particular scam that.
All right. Couple more things before we end this section. Yesterday, Femi Gbajabiamila, that's the Chief of Staff to Nigeria's President, to President Tinubu, he convened a National Forum of Former Legislators Southern Summit at the June 12 Cultural Center in Abeokuta, where they met across party and regional lines and discussed the unity of Nigeria, nation building, and the achievements of the administration of President Bola Tinubu. As convener, I celebrate the patriotism and commitment shown by all who attended. While we recognize that the journey of reform will require sacrifice and time, our vision for Nigeria is clearer and our resolve stronger than ever. Together, we remain dedicated to strengthening our unity and supporting reforms that secure lasting progress for every citizen. I have a few more things before the last thing I'm going to talk about. Just a couple more things. This is from Nairametrics. I'm just going to quickly read this one. BUA Foods to pay Abdulsamad Rabiu 216 billion naira in dividends. Fantastic. Nigeria billionaire Abdulsamad Rabiu is set to pocket a record 216.7 billion naira in dividends following resolutions passed at the 4th annual general meeting of BUA Foods PLC, underlining the outsized role of his holdings continue to play in one of Africa's most valuable consumer goods groups. The meeting held Thursday at Abuja's Transcorp Hilton Hotel. Shareholders approved a dividend payout of 13 naira per ordinary share for the financial year ended December 31, 2024, with Rabiu controlling roughly 16.67 billion ordinary shares in the company. His dividend entitlement makes him the single largest beneficiary of the distribution. Congratulations to him and to his company. Are we there yet? I'm still thinking if we are there yet. Sorry, there's one last thing I want to talk. I don't tell you say now about Enuguba. We could get Ram. Bishop, in the comment section, start getting ready. You're going to convulse a bit. This is your convulsion. Never start. You go convulse. Your face, everything to be smeared with your stupidity. So don't stop. I'll read that one. That one will pain you. even though that's not the reason I'm reading it though, but because you're not fully developed, so it's going to pain you. But may God be with your soul. Mumbo, let me just see if there's any other thing I want to read before I go into your matter.
People are talking about the idea that what happened before, of course, it just came out.
So people are talking about the idea that what happened before, of course, it just came back to correct it by apologizing, that this is how you lose Lagos. This is how APC lost Lagos. So it's important for us to not go in that direction. There's a piece I'm going to read, not today. I read it here before. It's a piece by Churchill Okonkwo. Ndibo will conquer and rule in Oduduwa Republic. We talked about it before. Maybe we'll talk about it later, but not right now. Just to tell you that somebody said to me, and I've seen it before, and I remember what I said. I said, it is ambition cloaked in sarcasm. It's ambition cloaked in sarcasm. It's what people want to see. It's what people desire to have. And if time permits us today, we're going to discuss that particular article, which was published August 7, 2017. August 7, 2017 was published in Sarah Reporters. It's one of the most stupid thoughts that any human being can have, especially when you're discussing another person's land. But again, what you notice is that certain people, their goal in life is not to become better. It's to take advantage of what other people have and make it theirs, because again, the mindset is the mindset of a thief.
All right.
Excuse me.
1 second.
All right, where were we? 1 second. I'll get to the Enugu matter in jiffy. Meanwhile, before we talk about Enugu, let's talk to ourselves. Ogun Waterside Local Government Legislator, Honorable Ayebusiwa Oluwasegun, Councillor representing Ayede Lomiro Ward 7. I don't know how to pronounce whether it's Lomiro or Lomiro Kusami Lorie. You're right, our position needs to get serious. This is not making sense. This is Ogun Waterside. The person is a councillor. And this man is doing appointment of 7 persons into his cabinet. The first person, I don't even know where that one is from because of the surname. So he has chief of staff, personal assistant, special assistants on media and publicity, special assistant on youth and mobilization, head of security, special assistants on women, special assistants on logistics, special assistants on protocol. 8. On top waiting, councillor. Does he need to have these people working with him? Of course. Does it have to be all these things of cabinet? Once you start glorifying some of these things beyond, say you need help. When you start talking, say I have cabinet, I have this, all of them will now want to collect salary. Things that you could actually get people to do, pro bono, because they have other things they are doing. Now they may as well just leave every other thing they are doing, just focus on, being in the cabinet in a ward. Ward, not local government though. Ejo to alone now. Ejo, Yoruba. It's a word. Before you know it now, all these ones will also have their own PAs. Lori Elo. Lori Elo, how much are we collecting per month that we are having all these things? So I hope that this person fixes up, He needs all these people to work with him, apparently, but they don't have to be office holders. I mean, they don't have to be, what's the word now? The vibe you get, right, is that they don't have to do any other thing. This is what they're going to be doing. They just be in the office here and be chief of staff to a councillor, not even local government chairman. So I hope they fix up, because this is not, I don't know how this helps us. There's something I want to say about words. I'll say it in a second. Let me first say something about Tax Act and Tax ID. It's information that I think all of us, especially those of us who live in Nigeria, we need this information. Then I'll talk about the word thing in a bit. So the new Tax Act and Tax ID, there's some FAQs that have been put out there, and the the body in charge of this reform, the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee, has decided to answer some of those questions. I'm just going to run through them and then we'll go to Enugu. I promise you, once we are done in Abuja. Enugu State.
Question 1, FAQs. Is it
Okay.
true that everyone must obtain a tax ID before opening or
Question 1, FAQs.
to operate a bank account?
Is it true that everyone must obtain a tax ID before opening or continuing to operate a bank account? Answer is yes, but some clarifications. Section 4 of the NTAA requires all taxable persons to register with the tax authority and obtain a tax ID. A taxable person is someone who carries economic activity. You know, they even put it separately. Trade, business. Not the same thing. Anyway, anyone who carries on a trade, business, or other economic activity to earn income, banks and other financial institutions are required to request a tax ID from taxable persons. So, in short, you go need tax ID, sha. Individuals who do not earn income and are not taxable persons are not required to obtain a tax ID. But I believe that everybody listening to me, you earn income. Shay, you know what this Sena climb? You know we pay taxes, Abby. Okay. Is this requirement new? Answer is no. This is not a new policy. It has been in place since the Finance Act of 2019, which amended Section 49 of the Personal Income Tax. I'll put this one in the Telegram channel so you can read a bit more. What does the new law say tax ID instead of TIN? That's TIN. Tax ID is a term that unifies the different TINs issued by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, Joint Tax Board, JTB, and State IRS. Ultimately, your NIN, that's if you're an individual, and CACRC number for companies will serve as your tax ID, reducing duplication and simplifying compliance. Another question, if I already have a TIN, do I need a new tax ID? No, your existing TIN remains valid. Will I need to queue for biometrics to obtain a tax ID card? No. The tax ID is simply a unique number linked to your identity, not necessarily a physical card. Another question, does the tax ID requirement also apply to businesses? Yes. For unincorporated businesses, your personal TIN or tax ID is sufficient. But if you're a company or you have an NGO, incorporated trustee, other registered entities, a TIN will be automatically generated with your CAC registration details. What about Nigerians in diaspora, my people? Nigerians abroad can obtain a tax ID using their NIN for banking or investment purposes in Nigeria. 1 second.
Another question. Do foreign companies and non-resident entities need a tax ID?
Another question. Do foreign companies and non-resident entities need a tax ID? Yes. If they do business in Nigeria, a non-resident company supplying goods or services to Nigerian customers must register for a tax ID. However, those earning only passive income, like dividends, interest, royalties, and rent, may not need to register. 3 more questions. Are government-owned enterprises and agencies exempt? No. Section 5 of the NTAA requires all ministries, departments, agencies, and government-owned enterprises, federal, state, or local, to register for tax and obtain a tax ID. If you are making money like NTA, our people, you have to. NNPC, you have to. What happens if a taxable person does not register by 1st January 2026? Answer. Without a tax ID, a taxable person may not be able to operate bank accounts, insurance policies, pension accounts, or investment accounts. Sanctions also apply under the NTAA. However, individuals who are not taxable persons are not required to obtain a tax ID. Lastly, how will this benefit ordinary Nigerians? The answer is this. The aim is to simplify identification, reduce duplication, and close loopholes that allow tax evasion. For most individuals and businesses, their NIN or CACRC number will serve as their tax ID with no extra paperwork. This ensures fairness so that everyone who earns taxable income contributes their share while protecting low-income citizens who are not taxable. That's, I'm about to put it on the Telegram channel. So please, you can go there to find more information in the general section. Okay.
Please repeat the diaspora part. No, please just go to Telegram.
Now, please repeat the diaspora part. No, please just go to Telegram. Go to Telegram right now. You'll find everything there. You can read it. I think it's long. I just put it there right now. Redomi Global on Telegram. Click on it. Then you can. There are 11 question and answers. You get the details there. But the basic thing for those in diaspora is that you can use your NIN to get your tax ID. The world. Thank you very much. Let us read our Enugu stuff. Now, we remember that we're all one Nigeria.
We say we are all one Nigeria.
Abishe, we are all one Nigeria.
Regardless of what part of Nigeria they go to in Nigeria.
We are all one Nigeria. Every Nigerian is a Nigerian, regardless of what part of Nigeria they go to in Nigeria.
Everybody should be able to
I like the flow.
Jobs anywhere, anyhow.
We are one Nigeria. Everybody should be able to get jobs. The Enugu State government has been
two positions.
Two positions. Junior community health extension workers, volunteers, ACBVs.
Between the federal government and the Enugu
The recruitment exercise is a collaboration between the federal government and the Enugu State government to employ school certificate holders into the lower level workforce of primary healthcare centers in the 260 wards across the state.
Now let's have this.
That is beautiful, isn't it?
Who can apply? Number one.
Now let's ask the question. Who can apply? Number one, you must be unemployed and you are licensed. You know what? Let me even read it from the picture. Maybe I won't put this one online itself. I'll put it on the Telegram channel. This is just nauseating. I'm smiling
Is the one Nigeria people.
because I have to.
This is the say, do not.
This is the one Nigeria people. This is the say, do not generalize. I think I have all the words they use. The nonsense talking points. The program aims to strengthen primary health care, all the nice things. All right. If you want to be the JCHEW, what does that mean? Sorry, I might be no. That's Junior Community Health Extension Worker. Number one, you must be an indigene and resident in ward of application.
I don't know if you heard what I'm saying. I feel like a preacher right now.
I don't know if you heard what I'm saying.
Not of the state.
I feel like a preacher right now.
Not of the local.
You have to be an indigene, not of the state, not of the local government, but of the ward.
Not of the senatorial district. Not of the federal constituency. Not of
Again,
the state.
not of the senatorial district, not of the federal constituency, not of the state, not from the southeast, not from the local government, but from the ward. You must be an indigene of that ward. And you must also be a resident in that ward.
You must, that's the very first
Wow.
requirement.
You must, that's the very first
Valid certificate.
requirement. Second requirement is that you must have valid certificate.
My God. Valid certificate is the second requirement.
My God. Valid certificate is the second requirement.
Ah, boy.
The first requirement. Ah, boy.
I'll talk about this. Mambo. The first requirement is that not only are you supposed to be Igbo,
I'll talk about this, Mambo. The first requirement is that not only are you supposed to be Igbo,
show us your word.
or from the southeast, or word of origin. See, people are arguing about state of origin. This one is word, not local government. This is word of origin. Nick Bori, I've never heard something like this before in my life. but we learn every day. But these are the people that call you bigots and tribalists. Meanwhile, you have your own stuff sharing with everybody in Nigeria, which is okay as long as the people of the land are first taken care of. These ones are not saying Igbo first. They are saying not even Igbo only. They are saying people from their word only.
You say Yoruba first, and you are a bigot. The person says.
You say Yoruba first, and you are a bigot. The person says, I don't want Yoruba at all. I don't even want Igbo from everywhere. I don't even want Igbo from my state. I want the ones from my word, from that word. Maybe because they will know the korokoro of the word. Maybe. Hey, Jesus. After that first one, the first requirement is you must be an indigene and resident in word of application. Number 2 is that you must have a valid junior community health extension worker and current practicing license. I thought that should be the number 1, by the way. Number 3, this one is interesting. You must have good communication skills, including local dialect. Not Igbo language, local dialect. Do you know what that means? It means if you're getting a job in that word, not only are you able to speak Igbo language, you must be able to speak the dialect of that particular place. Meanwhile, you can be in Lagos and become governor without understanding Yoruba language.
But it's important to understand not just the language of the people, but the very dialect of that particular.
But it's important to understand not just the language of the people, but the very dialect of that particular place.
You must have somebody who can speak Yoruba represent you in parliament or in.
But you are saying you must have somebody who can speak Yoruba represent you in parliament or in government or in the House of Representatives or House of Assembly. How can you say that? You're a tribalist. Is it Yoruba we go chop? Now Yoruba we go chop. Is it Yoruba that will develop your place? What if I have ideas that can simulate your place? Ideas that cannot simulate your own father's land? This is Nigeria. Then ability to operate smartphone, age 25 to 60. The other one is resident in word of application, ability to read, write, and speak local dialect, basic smartphone use. Application period September 11 to September 15. This is announcement for folks from Enugu, but be careful which ward you are from, Sha. Application period September 11, September 15, 11:59 WAT, 11:59 PM WAT 2025. Apply now at they gave the website.
When we talk about clannish mindset,
You know,
I say things.
when we talk about clannish mindset,
I don't have to insult.
I say things. I thank God that I don't have to insult anybody. You just have to just share the information. These are those who tell you about you being bigot, right? Have you ever even heard something like this in our space?
Think this way. Do you really think?
Have you ever heard us? Do we even think this way? Do you really think that if there's a job, for instance, now, I'll be looking for its word of origin? I'm going to share this on the Telegram channel. Redomi Global. Please join, you'll find it there. I'm going to share the one from the Senior Special Assistant on Media to Governor Peter Mba. He's one that posted this. I'm going to share it. His name is Dano Wome. He's one who posted this. I'm going to share it. It's on Telegram channel. Please check it out. See, if you ask me, should they stop? Should they continue? It's not my business. I don't care whether they do it or not do it. My point is just that if it is this, it's people that do things like this that call others tribalists and bigots. That's my problem. And it's a huge problem. It's people that tell you that not only must you speak Igbo language, you must be able to speak the dialect of that place. That tell you that you should vote for people in Lagos. You should have House of Assembly members who cannot speak Yoruba language. But they're not even asking for Igbo. Let me give you, if you're Yoruba, what they're saying basically is this. If you want to get that job in Ikere-Ekiti, you must be able to speak that dialect, the Ekiti dialect, not just Yoruba. And don't tell me you're from Ikere local government. No, you must be from that particular ward.
It must be that dialect.
So for these ones now, forget the fact that everybody can speak Yoruba. It must be that dialect. And these are the people that look at you and say, your region is not good. We can teach you how to run things. Are we joking?
Anambra did the same thing a while back. But Anambra says state of origin.
Somebody say from Anambra. Anambra did the same thing a while back. But Anambra says state of origin. That one is bad enough. He said he must be an indigene of Anambra state. That one is bad enough considering we are one. Let us do wiki small. We are one Nigeria. But these people they've upped the ante. It's now word of origin and also the ability to communicate in the local dialect. If you let anybody gaslight you in Nigeria, it's your fault though.
I think we are all one Nigeria. If you let anybody gaslight you in Nigeria,
I think we are all one Nigeria. If you let anybody gaslight you in Nigeria, it's not the person's fault because the person is just being. Some people were created to lie. Some people, it was Jesus that was talking about certain people. He said when you speak of your father. He said when you speak your native language because your father is the father of lies. You guys in the comment section insulting me. Your father is the father of lies. You are children of Satan. You were created to now lie for your head. You now be the one to be to somehow.
morally bankrupt space. Let me know.
And the crazy part is this moral argument from a morally bankrupt space. Let me not mention anybody's ethnic group. You are morally bankrupt. Like nobody. You don't have. You are the one that you can use anything to argue with people, but when you use morality, when you are morally bankrupt. I'll bring people up now. We're going to have the next 20 minutes before we go into the topic of today. The news was long because it's Monday, so we have a lot of things to cover. But what we got, if you didn't get anything, two things. Number one, if you are Yoruba, banding makes no sense. Lagos is not a melting pot. Lagos welcomes everybody, but it has a distinct Yoruba culture. Everybody can flow into it, everybody can enjoy it, everybody can thrive and do well in that place. But Lagos is not going to be something that Iruwa or Giriwa, and will not take what belongs to Yoruba and call it Lagos culture or call it Nigerian culture. The Nigerianization, I'll say slowly, the Nigerianization of everything Yoruba has come to an end. We are proud Nigerians, but don't take what's ours and appropriate it without acknowledgement. There's no Nigerian wedding. There's no Nigerian wambe. It's Yoruba. Are we willing to share? Absolutely. Can have it, share it, take care of it, but it belongs to us. Including Egusi, and Gili, and Iro, and two rappers, even three rappers. Iro, Ipele, Atibonu. When some people's mothers were still trying to understand what these things even mean, they've been doing those things in Yoruba land. Ashwebi, all those things are from me. You can share, why not? If not, take care of it, share. But once you appropriate without acknowledgement, you will be called out. And it's not because you are hated, it's because you're a thief.
Second, so no pandering. No pandering to any. By the way,
that's the first lesson. Second, so no pandering. No pandering to any. By the way, what's the value?
How much are you going to
you want to call? How much are you going to gain?
They give you something. You are friends.
How much are you going to get? They paid you money. They gave you something. You are friends. You lose your entire culture because you want to pander to, for what? Somebody says, oh, because some people are married. I saw that argument earlier about a particular person who spent the last, since 2011, insulting Yoruba men, Yoruba women, Yoruba culture, but ended up with a Yoruba man. She's married to a Yoruba man. They are dragging that one. It's a shame, man. So your bed becomes a determining factor of Yoruba politics because you are married to somebody from somewhere. If you're not a man, leave people. It's not that person's fault, by the way. It's not the woman that is Igbo. It's not her fault. You are the Yoruba man. if you are determining what happens in Yoruba culture because you are married to somebody from a particular place, you need to have your brain checked. With all due respect, if you need it.
I'm talking to men.
So,
Respect your wives, people.
yeah, man.
Respect your family, people.
Especially, I'm talking to men. Respect your wives, people. Respect your family, but have some backbone.
This is how this culture works.
Have some backbone. This is how this home runs. This is how this culture works.
People who hate you, get married to you, give birth to children.
And someone is asking a very good question. People who hate you, get married to you, give birth to children. You now wonder how we have so many uncouth,
Young Yorubas on social media.
self-hating, self-deprecating young Yorubas on social media.
They have a Yoruba name, his surname.
A combination of the only thing to get Yoruba around is the fact that they have a Yoruba name, a surname. Everything else is exported or be imported, depending on where you are in the world.
Because of the thing you marry, if you're a man, it's because of you.
And it's not it's not because of the person you marry. If you're a man, it's because of you.
It's not the person you got married to. It's about
You are the problem.
you marrying people and you're giving birth to children and children hate your culture.
It's not the person you got married to, it's about you. How can you be marrying people and you're giving birth to children and children hate your culture? And you're not saying, let us say Igbo people are this. It's not Igbo, it's you. Because you're greatness of Nigerian unity and one must also be one and take care of whatever belongs to you and must have access to whatever belongs. If you're on YouTube, please on TikTok, please tap. This is showing activity. Oh, they must own whatever belongs to you. If you don't share what is yours or even give it to them 100%, you are a bigot, you are a tribalist, you are a Ugot, you are a trigot. Those people in their regions a while back were doing state of origin in order to get jobs. One of the major prerequisites was that you must be from that state. You're an indigene of that state, Anambra. Now they have upped the ante. They're not staying with state of origin anymore. That one is for old school. What's happening right now is word of origin. In other words, we don't care your state of origin. We don't even care local government. We're talking about your word of origin as a prerequisite to getting a job in primary healthcare center. And also the other criterion is that you must be able to speak the local dialect, not the local language, the local dialect. Do I have any problems with this prerequisite or criteria? Absolutely not. The point is just this. You can't come from a place like that and have the effrontery and audacity to look a Yoruba man in the face and tell him he's a bigot for telling you the fact that he wants his own people first. Not that he doesn't want you at all, he's just saying his own people first. You don't even want anybody at all. You also have not developed the prerequisite grey matter to be able to engage in conversations that have to do with the importance of local language in Yoruba politics. Because literally in your place, to get a simple job, not only must they speak Igbo, they must speak the dialect of that particular place. And I like that for you. I celebrate, you know what guys, 1 second. I want to celebrate people. Oh, no. I want to celebrate folks from Enugu State. I celebrate you. I celebrate you. So I celebrate you. I wish you all the best, but I'm saying that whatever is good for the goose is also good for the gander. And Yoruba land, don't let anybody gaslight you with nonsense. Respect everyone. Provide opportunities for others. Toba sheku nyo. Toba sheku. When you are full, when your children have eaten, take care of outsiders. Don't be a parent that your kids will curse. Because you take care of outsiders at their own expense. Because those outsiders, when they go home, they don't even care that you exist. And guess what? I don't have any problem with whether they care for me or not. It's not their job to care for me. That's the truth. The Igbo man's job is not to care for Yoruba person. That's not his job in his region. That's not his job. And it would be wrong to expect him to do it. The question is for Yoruba man, what is your own job in your own region? you etimak pin gbogbo kin tan e wa kowo lowo e kelse lese was pe we are one Nigeria ṣé pé nǹkan mi wo on worry wa your people first. Take care of others if you have more, which makes sense because again you are developed, you have evolved, you understand that it's not about me, because that mindset only leads to destruction. So it's important to be able to spread stuff when you have more than enough. And those who tell you about Yoruba language is not important in Yoruba politics, remind them that in their hometown they must speak their own dialect to get jobs. I know I'm repeating this thing, is very, very important. Elections are coming very soon. Don't want to see anybody that will say I don't think in Yoruba. I don't really speak Yoruba like that. Igba is the same thing to them. You can't become a prime minister in England without in the UK without being able to speak English language. You want to be something in Yoruba land, you must be able to. If you now don't know, if all your life, 40 years old, 42, 45, 50, 60, I'm starting 40 because that's even 30, you have not found 1 year in your life to learn Yoruba, but you want to become the political head of Yoruba people, something's wrong with you. Something is fundamentally wrong with a person who wants to be a political leader in Yoruba land, but in the last 40, forget about maybe your parents did not speak Yoruba to you. See, there's a particular age you get to in life, you cannot blame your parents. Once you're over 18, you can't say my mommy did not speak English. You just sound like a child. You can't say my mommy did not speak Yoruba to me. That happened, right? Let it go. There are classes, there are online courses. You can take something. Let's even see that you're even trying. So in the last 20 years of your life as an adult, or 30 years or 40 years, you've not found 1 hour a day to learn the language of the people you want to rule over. You want to rule. I can show you both. If we don't matter enough for you to learn our language, you don't matter enough for us to even see you on the ballot. May God bless us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let's bring people up. We'll have some conversations on this, and then we'll go to the topic of today. By the way, we've been reading the news all the while. All right, we have some people sending requests. We're going to bring you up. We're going to bring you up. One second, please. Victor Aguntwayi. Good afternoon.
So let's have Victor. I think he's trying to come up. Hello, Victor, are you there?
So let's have Victor. I think he's trying to come up. Hello, Victor, are you there?
Rex. Rex there.
All right. Jake's boy, Phoenix. Phoenix. It's been a while. Ade says, what's yours is ours, but what is mine is mine. Exactly. That's the mindset. If it's theirs, it belongs to them exclusively. But if it's yours, now all of us get them because we are one Nigeria. Everybody knows what they are doing. All right. Please mute. Okay. How do we do this? Okay, Jake's boy, please go on. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. How
Can
are
you hear me?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
You're welcome. May God bless you so much for the information that you've given us. I happen to grow up in the midst of the Igbos. I'm speaking to you from Malta, and one of the Igbos, because my family, we used to play football, all of us. So obviously, I'll be mixed up. even in Malta that I am, I still have one of the players that we grew up together from childhood. We used to have this cordial relationship together with the Igbos without no problem. But recently, these people have come to the point whereby even me, that have nothing with them, they've made me to change, to have a change of mind towards them. And now, realizing our history now made me to realize what these people have. On the social media now, they are bashing me left, right, and center. One of them posted my picture and said I'm an organ harvester and a terrorist gang leader. She posted it from you. Is that lady that is leading the IPOB now from the US? So, I've said this to say that it is good for us to know where we belong, where we stand with these people, and these people, I don't think they will ever change. Does that make me to hate Igbos? No. But I think in Yoruba land, we need to start, just like you said, we need to start having a proper structure. It's not just about we need to begin to have a proper structure. I happen to support Obi in the last election, even though I was not at home. I was convincing some of my family members to vote for him because I expected a change, and I felt maybe Tinubu was too old. We needed a younger person. Some of the Yoruba people that felt, listen, you don't know this fool. They made the enemy out of it with me. I know of one guy who is like a younger brother to me here in Malta. He stopped talking to me for more than a year. Only for me to now start seeing on the system, on the internet, for them calling us curse tribe, bigots, and all kind of names, cowards, all manner of things, without even trying to reserve, to have a little bit of a reserve of what they say. That can you touch me, God? What kind of that voted for Tinubu? Him. So, you know me do God for what you're doing, because I've learned a lot. Sorry. I learned a lot from you. Now, one thing I would like to say again is this. What made me to have a change of mind with this man called Obi? First of all, I noticed, I'm sorry to say, but this is my opinion. I think he lies a lot, that is one. And that statement that the election happens to be a religious war. I grew up in between a Muslim father and a Christian mother. We are 5. We are divided. 3 Christian, 2 Muslims. We don't have any problem at all. My dad would tell us, my grandparents are, what do you call them? Traditionalists, or let me use that word. My parent doesn't have any religion. The foreigners brought religions to us. So my children can do whatever they want. And that's how we grow. So for them now in Europe, they are using these religious things to say it's because the Fulanis are killing just them, the Christians. That's why they want to. So when they want to separate, when they are fighting, agitating for secession, the other part close to them, like that of Bayelsa and the rest, they are part of Biafra. But then, when they want to be the president, Bayelsa and the rest are not part of Biafra. They are picking and choosing what they want. So I didn't know I'll be caught up. I didn't prepare for what I actually meant to say, but just to appreciate your knowledge and for teaching us, for letting us know, for giving us all this information, because these are very vital. We need to know where we belong. Unfortunately, even every one of them, I want to go close to me among them, they are the same. They come to my home here in Malta, I decide to have maybe a little conversation with them. It's the same. Apparently, I happen to have them, growing up, I used to have Igbos as girlfriend, fiancé. And that when I try to have a conversation with them today, it's the same. So I don't know, maybe Teba knew anything. Teba might be me, not just to, because I didn't know I would be called up. It's my first time ever to even actually speak on TikTok or on social media this way. I've never done that before. It's something that I'm not used to at all.
All right.
So,
no.
I don't know, maybe just to have it.
No, not yet. But let me just thank you very much for coming up and for sharing your thoughts.
You're welcome.
A lot of us also have friends who are from the southeast, and to be honest, this is not about denigrating any group of people or anything like that. Just to set some records straight, especially when it has to do with Yoruba people, understanding our neighbors. Again, I don't do any of these things to denigrate a group or to demonize a group. But you see, if you know that you have terrible actions, your terrible character, right, and that what your stock in trade has been to place yourself on a pedestal where you make yourself seem like the arbiter, all right, or the umpire in matters relating to Nigerian unity and things like that. And you do that because a lot of people are ignorant of who you really are or what your home looks like. You would hate the idea of me saying these things, not because I'm lying, but because it essentially I'm puncturing whatever edifice you've built, this castle you've built in the air that has no foundation. Right? If you don't understand what I just said in English, in Yoruba, it's basically saying you've built an edifice of sputum, of spit, of saliva. And all it takes to destroy whatever edifice you have built is dew. You don't even need anything strong. So this is just dew of truth, dew of information that you hate. It's not because I hate you. It's because you hate the idea of truth, right? So what's happening, I didn't make anybody do it in Enugu. I didn't make anybody do the Obi that wants to become Obi of Lagos. I didn't make anybody, all the news items we read today, it's news. But it's important that we actually understand these things, that we don't get Biafra this, Biafra that. I hope you can get that. But if you don't agree with me, don't agree. That's your business. The only thing I'll tell you is this: whatever I say, please fact check. I'll tell you the sources. I'll tell you what to check it, and then if you have any problem with it, we can talk. But this idea of don't talk about what I'm doing, or don't talk about what I'm doing, or you're a bigot, you are just deceiving yourself. Let's go to the next person. Interestingly, the next person is an Igbo person. We'll hear what he has to say. Good afternoon, Phoenix.
Mr. Phoenix, are you there? Afternoon, sir.
Mr. Phoenix, afternoon, are you there? Afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I've been caught up with work and I was on the road, so I've not really had time on social media.
I get it.
I really missed the.
Thank you. But good to have you here. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, just to add to this particular thing, and I think yes, I support. I don't think that the Lagos State government should be a little bit more strict on this. Not just in Lagos State. I think every state, you cannot come to someone's land and then start misbehaving because you have freedom of speech. Where your freedom ends, that's where another person's own begins. And I also support, part of what's causing this thing is that we have laws in Nigeria that are not enforced because some of these speeches can really lead to insurrections, like we are seeing in Nepal and all these things. So we should have strong laws to protect what we have currently in Nigeria. A lot of people who are just shouting, people don't really know the effect of what chaos and war can cause. Because if you'll not be open your mouth and talking anyhow. And the funny enough, a lot of all these people are just, many of them are just people who are not who seem to be educated, but don't, to me they're not educated. You know, because when you see something like people who are in America supporting IPOB, I wonder, as in, are you guys okay? Can you try this nonsense in America? You go to somewhere like Texas and start talking rubbish. They will shoot you down. There's no story. There's no two way about it. You know, and I like I said, I think the Lagos state government and all the governments in the Southwest should come strong on such dealings. And I don't blame. I mean, something that you cannot, you don't allow other people do in your own place. You're going to do it in that place. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? How many states in the Southeast will a Yoruba man come and say, this land is not Igbo land, it's Yoruba land, and the man will walk free? You can't get that. And the most annoying thing about this is that this is a tribe that I would say has really tolerated you the most. Because what they're doing in Lagos now, they can't do it in Kano. You can't definitely do it in Sokoto. You cannot definitely do it in Kebbi. Or is it in Kaduna, you want to go and try it? You know? And then you see someone who has welcomed you, who's not even giving you stress, and you now want to go and try and cause problem there. It's totally wrong. Totally wrong. You know? So that's my contribution. I think the Southwest governors should come together and then put something strong and then support this. I heard that His Excellency President Bola Tinubu is trying to mute the possibility of having state police. I think I support that. I really do support that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. My brother Phoenix. Yeah, the governor is working on that. Interestingly, I think Anambra also was it Anambra or Enugu? One of those states also inaugurated, I think that was forest guards, right? So it's important that we have, policing at that level. Someone in the comment section said, you are not, sorry, let me mute you, because I don't want you to respond. Says you are not an Igbo man. What you just said right now, Hendrix, is actually an insult to your ethnicity. Please mute, Phoenix, please. It's an insult to your ethnicity. You are saying that people from your space are incapable of being rational. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree. And that's why I'm always saying that it's not everybody from the Southeast. The only problem is that the ones who don't agree, they don't condemn. Which means they are also giving tacit approval. So if it pans out, if it works out, they take advantage of it. If it doesn't, they say, we didn't send him more. We all know these things now, like primary school, play. But please, what he said, you don't have to agree with him, but for you to say because he's saying don't move mad in another person's place, then he's not Igbo. Are you saying that being an Igbo means that you must be able to move anyhow you want without any repercussions or any sense of responsibility? Do better, eh? Hendrix. Math tuition, you are the next person, no? Good afternoon.
Hey, Olotu.
Ẹkáàbọ. Please power tap on TikTok. Let's keep our tapping. Thank you very much. On YouTube as well, please like the live and also subscribe. Thank you so much. Please go on.
To the whole house. Thank you all for rallying around our brother Busui and this program. I think it's beautiful. More grace, more wisdom. Last week I mentioned that we need to have like a pseudo immigration system in Nigeria. I'm happy at what you wrote, what you said happened in the Enugu state, where you cannot get a job unless you speak the dialect in that ward. So that's a sort of immigration system. Now, unless you can speak that dialect, apart from wider language, you will not be able to get that. So it's a screening system, which is fine. People are allowed to do that within their space. The Yoruba region, Yoruba nation, needs to have a similar template. Just like we spearheaded Amotekun, you can see the vision, the result of that vision. Eventually, it's going to result into state police. So we need to have a system that prioritizes the needs and the priority of the Yoruba people in the Yoruba nation or region. It is enlightened self-interest. if you go to the UAE or some of those Arab states, they put their people above any other thing. Even if they don't know Jack, they will tell you, this is the person you're going to work with. To start this business, you're going to partner with so-and-so. And they're not putting any time in because they are son of the soil. And you have no choice because you come to our land, you make money, you get fantastically rich, and you're not rubbing people's faces in. Why can you do that? Because the sons of the soil have not been made stakeholders in those entities. When you go to the UAE and they put those policies in place, because you have a big market you want to benefit from, you have no choice to play along. And the figurehead, who are in quote, so-called figurehead, they sit on the board and they take profit from that business. We may not go as far as that, but we need to have a system that protects the son of the soil in the space called Nigeria. Papa Olo have said it decades ago. The space called Nigeria is a mere geographical expression. We need to realize that. And we need to help every nation within the space called Nigeria to grow. We need to make them to realize that every state, every ethnicity within Nigeria can thrive, can succeed. And every ethnicity within the Nigerian space have God-given talent and resources that will, because if you imagine every ethnic nationality within Nigeria, you imagine all of them having their own self-esteem, their own identity, developing their own resources. Do you know how powerful that space called Nigeria will be? The Ijaw nation, the Efik nation, the Ayang, all the people, all the 50 plus ethnicity within the place called Kaduna, the Kanuri Empire, and then the Hausa. I think a point we need to be making for the North, the Hausa need to break free from the hegemony of the Fulanis.
Please stop. Acculturation. Please stop. You said you have read that war. That statement you made right now. How does that help the conversation?
Now, when Papa went to the North in his own time, he was frustrated by the feudal system and the liberty and liberation he wanted to bring to all our brothers in the North was sabotaged. Fast forward to today now, that inability to solve that problem in their own time is a problem for us now because all over Nigeria.
So the lesson from that is that it is not my job to fix the problem of the North.
That's true. It's not our job.
And I'll tell you why. It's a problem that should be fixed, that by the grace of God will be fixed, but it's not a problem that is my job to fix. One of the mistakes of Papa is heads and shoulders above anybody that can call a politician in Nigeria, in Africa's history. Personally, from
it's
my studies. But seeing the structure that Nigeria had at the time and even still has, one of the mistakes that Papa made, and of course, one of the beautiful things about our fathers is we don't follow them because they are perfect.
Yeah.
We follow them regardless because we also learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to do anything about the North, it's not me. It is the North. In other words, if I want to fix something in the North, my job is to work with the establishment, even if I don't like it. Now, the truth of the matter is this. If I cannot work with the establishment for obvious reasons, and I don't want to go into the details, I may have to leave it the way it is. Maybe the other things I now do covertly, that's totally different. But the point is that the system is different. Again, we are different nations in Nigeria. How I don't want anybody to come into Yoruba land to come and tell me how to do anything. I don't also want to go into another person's space to tell them anything. Whatever they want to do in their space, let them do it. But the point is, do they still need to get better? Yes. So how do I do it? Based on the system they have. What if that system is not going to work for me? Well, it's not my business. You know why?
Yes.
Because Papa was trying to do a thing where the people need help, and it's true. There's feudal society, and it's true, and it's very. One day we'll talk about slavery in the North. and the experience of the Hausa people especially, and also why that did not translate into the experience of the Kanuri and the Tiv. One of these days we're going to have that session. The thing is, there is a way they've structured their society. I am not Jehovah. My job is, if they feel, if I can help them become better, I will help them. But I'm not going to tell them to do anything. Why? Because I also don't want anybody to come and tell me. I know the crazy part, to be honest, Papa said something in his book, 1947, was published in 47, Path to Nigerian Freedom. And this is what he said. He said, as long as people are meant to think Nigeria first, they will poke nose into the matters of other people. That's what he said. He published a book in 1947. He said, as long as we are made to think Nigeria first, as long as we are made to think of ourselves first as Nigerians, we will be prognosing in matters that don't concern us. But if everybody just knows this place, I belong to a nation, that belongs to a nation, I don't see somebody from France going to England to tell them how to run England. Or England is not part of EU anymore. France doesn't go to Germany to go and tell them how to run Germany because we're all in the EU. For me, Nigeria is like a continent. Absolutely. So I just wanted to stop you there. Not because you are wrong, you are not wrong. I'm just saying that actually cost us in the past, and that's the path that Tinubu has carefully and wisely avoided. Continue, sir.
Absolutely. I think Mr. President has done it very well in terms of the politics, better than Papa Olo. That's correct. And I also think it's a good point that you mentioned, President Tinubu now. The vision of Mr. President is fantastic. Remember his vision as a governor that created Lekki Free Trade Zone. Now, fast forward to where we are now. That vision attracted the 20 billion from Dangote that we have today, amongst other businesses. And the vision they had to reclaim Bar Beach, fast forward now, is looking like becoming a prime real estate spot. And that's what we need. People that have vision. You may not even know where it will end. I'm sure President Tinubu never knew that at some point, Afrexim Bank, Access Bank, all of them will support a man called Dangote, and the man Dangote will be the only man in recent history to put the largest ever investment in the African soil. I mean, it's fantastic. Number two, we need more Dangotes. We need more Dangotes to put their money in Nigeria. Nigeria is an El Dorado. All of us, they were all over the world. If we have 10 Dangotes, I can bet your bottom dollar, all those people in diaspora, they will come back home. Because the economy will be booming on all cylinders. We're great.
But the people in this diaspora should be the Dangote now. Why can't they be the Dangote?
The people in the diaspora cannot be the Dangote for a number of reasons.
Please tell us.
Number one, a lot of us, we have 9 to 5. Mm-hmm. Now, even if you want to send money for investment, before you collect your salary, you have statutory bills you have to pay. Which means that even if I like Busoye so much and I want to support Busoye so much and I want to give him $1,000, I cannot give Busoye that $1,000 because Kinto salary me $1,000 yet he law.
Do you know Nigerians can tell you the exact same thing you just said right now?
Slightly differently. They can, but ours is different. If you don't pay, for example, let me tell you how bad it is. Yeah. If you don't pay council tax in the UK, for example, the following month.
Okay. What of what I have to pay? I have children in school. See, the point is, let me tell you something. 20 years ago, I was at a conference, and the speaker, I think it was Fela Jotoye, he said something very powerful, 2005. He said, many people want everything to be perfect before they return from the UK, but that at the time, Dangote was generating his own electricity. In other words, there's a scripture in Ecclesiastes, anyone who waits for the wind will not sow. If you wait for the rain, you will not harvest. The point is that there will be no perfect condition. All of us have reasons to not invest. Dangote that is doing it. There are many other people that have money, but a lot of people that have money also may decide not to. The point I'm trying to make is that those abroad, at some, let me speak to our folks abroad for a second. I mean, with all sense of humility, nobody say they teach anybody anything. Just they try to communicate something. The system forces us into a particular mold.
Correct.
Before we know what's happening, we live based on the constraints of that mold. We may not even know. There's an invisible ceiling. We were not brought into the UK to become wealthy. In the book of Exodus, when the children of Israel were becoming too many, Pharaoh and his men said, we're going to make them fetchers of water and hewer of woods. In other words, they're going to reduce them to the lower rungs of society, and they have to be thankful for even being there. In other words, they were becoming too many for the owners of the land. So what did they do? And by the way, this is how the world works. This is how England works. This is how Europe works. This is how America. This is how everybody everywhere works. Of course, apart from Nigeria, because we are good people, great nation. They made the Israelites fetchers of water and hewers of wood. What that means basically is that you'll be doing the basics. In other words, this is the level they want us. It used to be 5 years before you become ILR or B citizen. Now it's 10 years. They keep us there, and I don't blame them one bit. Why? It's their home. It's their country. We get into that mix. Before we know it, we are working to take care of the bills because we have to live there now. We have to pay they brought many of us in to take care of their elders. To take care of the elders, not to make money. Whatever money you're able to squeeze out, maybe something you shall take stress and everything and put it. No, the day everything about America and the UK changed in my mind was when somebody called my younger brother. No, my father was into real estate. So my brother went in that direction, and somebody called him and asked for a plot of land, and he told them the price. Not in the GRA, not in the eyebrow areas, but in a place not too far from town, but and the guy mentioned an amount that was an insult to those of us who are still living in Nigeria. My brother said to this is somebody that you will leave civilization and walk away. The point is this: the guy cannot afford more than that, even though he's living abroad. I'm saying all of that to say this. May God help us, especially those of us abroad, as we work. It is not easy. It is difficult, but please permit yourself to think that there's a possibility outside that thing that they've put us in. Mombo, please, let me just finish. Let's permit ourselves to think that there is a possibility outside that box, because it is limiting and it is intentional. It was designed for that purpose. And what do you notice? You can't leave the country because you're already used to that lifestyle. You don't know what's going to happen if you go back to Nigeria because you don't have that kind of structure back home. But the most important thing that we're supposed to do there are two things. Number one is that we have to be able, again, I'm not saying it's easy. Number one, we have to be able to build wealth in foreign lands. And many cultures are doing it. Just that we are too encumbered with celebrating. Nigerians are the ones that will go to the UK, spend 2 weeks, and start making videos how UK is better than Nigeria. Before Uncle, it's not supposed to be better than Nigeria based on the history of how we did where we did. It's supposed to be better. So there's no big deal. We've been doing camera ring light. Nigeria is terrible. Nigeria is a zoo. You are the animal. The truth is, we can't be doing this thing where we get there and we are celebrating. Look at the Indian community in the UK, for instance. Even the Pakistani community in the UK. How do they build wealth? Right? I got involved in a particular project one time like that, and I learned a lot of things in the way they do things. So the important thing is, how do we build wealth in those places so that we're not limited by the ceiling they've put on us? And it's breakable, by the way. People are breaking it. I was in an industry where they were breaking it, or they are breaking it, but I'm no longer in that industry. But it's important for us to think in that direction. That's number one. Number two, which is actually more important than even building wealth, is to learn the system of the cities we dwell in. I will say this: Nigerians don't understand the system of the countries they're living in. They just be carrying. We're just happy to live there. How does it work? Why do they do it like this? How did they create this thing? What is the thinking behind this thing? If we know those things, we'll be able to replicate it back at home. Two things. Number one, may God help us to break that box so that we can actually create wealth in foreign lands. And people are doing it, but we need to have more people do it. And it can come in different ways. One sure way now is tech and healthcare, but not healthcare the one they want us to come and do, if you get what I mean. And I'm not blaming them for wanting us to do that job, because now we know it's in the send us go there. The second thing is, apart from building the wealth, we have to learn the ropes. How do they do this thing? If we learn how they do it, we will be able to replicate it. The problem is that we enjoy a system we are not equipped to build. And because we can't build it, you hear people, adults, be like me, saying things like, UK is better than Nigeria. See, they have airports. See, they have railway. See, they have clinical. Okay, how do they build it? Our leaders should build it. Who is the leader? These ones are facing, God will help them, be waiting and they do. But when they leave, it should be your turn. What you go do and get there? Let's learn it so that we'll even become useful. Maybe they'll just call you from where you are and say, come and help us do something in Nigeria. Because you know the system, how it is done in the UK, you can become a consultant in that field. It doesn't even matter. It could be in how to I don't know, how to sell something or how to create whatever it is, any industry. Just so those are the two things I want to just bring to our attention, especially for those abroad. Please pray. Whatever you believe in, I believe in God. Pray. It will open your eyes. There are opportunities where you are. There are ways to break that ceiling. Break the ceiling and live well. Don't do 9 to 5. You do 9 to 5, but don't do hand to mouth. God will bless you. Number two, please learn how they do things. How do they run the company? How do they do this? Create that culture. They come and there are many examples, but it's not today's topic. But I hope that we can do that so that we would actually recreate those things in our space. But Math Vision wasn't done. Please, I apologize for stopping you. I just felt it was a very good time for me to speak on that. Please continue.
No worries. Thank you. Just to embellish the point you have made, in the Mexican and Filipino culture, the governments have done something beautiful regarding their people in diaspora. They do what is called like a form of ajo. They now do a match fund. So, for example, 10 of us are from Ikorodu. So we gather together. We're sending money home to support our people every year, say $10,000. So the government of that region, the local government, will match fund the $10,000 by another $10,000. The state governor will also match fund that $10,000 with another $10,000. The federal government will match fund that $10,000 that we have as citizens of Ikorodu with another $10,000. So with that, we now have $40,000. So the government will now say, because we are from Ikorodu, we have match fund the $10,000 you are sending home. So we now have $30,000 extra. And with that $30,000, they will now do a project in Ikorodu. That's how the Mexicans and Filipinos have taken advantage of their people in diaspora. They formalize the structure. So they track the data, and it's been fantastic. The Indians and the Pakistanis you mentioned, again, it's about the principle of ajo. They come together, they put money together, and then they take turns to draw the money and so on and so forth. But we have not been able to do it successfully at the global level, like you suggested, and rightly so. It's a numbers game. We must evolve to a point where we gather our strength and leverage it so that we can advance, like the Chinese did. Again, all this achievement they had A good part of it was from people in the diaspora sending money home and the government leveraging on it. It's a beautiful thing if we can get to that stage and use that to leverage, because part of that is what the president is trying to do with Brazil by leveraging people in diaspora and see how that can then help in creating that part of our own economy and so on and so forth. And finally, Mr. President and Mr. Governor did something about waterfront last week. A waterfront project, how people are doing illegal dredging in Lagos and all of those things, and they say they're going to put a stop to it. It was a big event. A lot of people, they brought a lot of people to come and really talk about that event. I think that is beautiful, because one of the things in Lagos is the lack of, like you always said, order, dysfunction. Too many dysfunction, some people will thrive in it, but when we put structure, the dysfunction ceases. Just like Dangote is now doing in the oil sector. The moment he brought order and organization and structure, people are making noise, and those people are going to be out of business if they don't change their mindset. I think bringing order and structure to people coming into Lagos will help. Putting order and structure into people doing things will help. And some of this dysfunction that is causing angst can begin to be fixed. Again, I maintain, you cannot be asking 10,000 people to be coming to Lagos every week. Hospital, school. We need to plan this thing. We need to have a structure for these things so that that place can really thrive. The way things are going, as if they spend $10,000, before the money is finished spending, it is exhausted because there are too many people crowding the place. And it's not sustainable. There must be structure to fix the dysfunction. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Bishop. Fantastic submission. Bishop, you have to step out. Just step out for a second and then come back in. That's where you will be able to. We should be able to.
You're muted, sir.
I apologize. I had to switch the audio, but I didn't connect.
I apologize. I had to switch the audio, but I didn't connect. Funny stuff. But we're here now. Thank you for your understanding. So thank you very much, Mr. Math. Thank you, Matheration, for that.
Bishop, you want to step out?
It's a very, very great submission. Bishop, you may want to step out and then step back in. That's why you've not been able to come. Or maybe I think it's the app. It just happened to me myself. Like I couldn't, speak. I had to go out and come back in on the other device. So please do that, and they'll be able to also hear you speak. And then you'll be our last speaker, final speaker for this section. We're going to leave the news in a bit, and then we'll go discuss the topic, which is class. And then when we're done, we'll bring people up again. So I'm going to bring up Vodi, and then we'll see if Bishop can join us before we get out of here. But Vodi, you're going to have 2 minutes, please, and then we'll see if Bishop can still come up. And then once we're done with that, we can move to the topic of today. Please go on. Hello, Vodi. I can't see you. Bishop, I've sent you invites like 1 billion times. You want to go out and come back in. Okay? All right, Phoenix, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. I see you. With that, we can move to. All right, Vodi's, right? Vodi's copy.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Professor Busi, can you hear me?
I smile when I hear this professor thing. But yes, good afternoon.
If you guys can hear me,
We can hear you. Yes, please go on.
Hello.
Can everyone hear me? Because we can. I can hear him. Vodi, we can hear you. Please go on.
Hello.
All right, I think he's having issues with his device or something. Let's have Olalekon. Good afternoon. Vodi, maybe you should just step out. We can hear you. Oh boy, no. Olalekon, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, my brother. Jọkan pẹ̀lú.
Ẹ̀dẹ̀kú iṣẹ́ takuntakun.
Ẹ ṣé o.
Ọlọ́run ló jẹ́ kó sùn yín, Ọlọ́run ló jẹ́ kó rẹ̀.
Àmín.
Yeah, it seems this person is still online.
I may have to disconnect him. Vodi, I had to take you down. Please send your request again. I'll bring you back up. Chima, you have to mute, please. All right, please go on.
Okay, I hope the audio is not too noisy here because I'm on transit. So
we'll make two.
All right, because personally for me, honestly, joining your live session every now and then, it has really opened my eyes a lot. And then I've really learned a lot too. And I'm sure I'm still going to learn more. Nínú àwọn nǹkan tó ń jẹ́ kí mi máa dùn pé mo ń join yín, òun ni ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ará bíi tí it is very difficult for any sane human being láti manage wọn. Ó lè jẹ́ kí n sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wípé even lẹ́nu iṣẹ́ you see it virtually on ẹ máa rí nínú gbogbo àwọn activities wọn the way bọ́n ṣe ń ṣe wọ́n á ṣàfẹ́ dominate yín ni anything wọ́n á fẹ́ dominate yín ni but ìgbà tí wọ́n ń gbọ́ àwọn ìtàn yẹn gan-an gbogbo àwọn tí mo ti learn so far ó jẹ́ kí n máa realize pé so nǹkan tá ti ń pè wọ́n gan they are not even it téèyàn rò bíi pé bóyá lóòótọ́ ni they are this they are that tán bá ní ká máa pín ní ọgbọgba kí ìran tiwa ò ń ṣe ẹgbẹ́ ìran wọn by far. Mo gbọ́ àwọn nǹkan kan ní orí platform kan tí ẹnìkan analyze as in bí wọ́n ṣe kéré tó pé tábà ní ká mọ àwọn ìlú wọn yẹn a máa pín sí ìran mẹ́ta tó yẹ pé wọ́n dẹ̀ ìkànnù wọn especially àwọn Ìgalà.
Ìgalà ń ṣe Ìgbò.
No, mo understand. Understand. Wípé mo ní especially àwọn ló yẹ kí wọ́n take place wọn Nigeria honestly speaking. So far ní àwọn kan tí yes. Okay.
ẹ já sọ síbi tí ẹ já sọ sórí àwọn nǹkan tá a sọ let's talk about the news, right?
Painful ni pẹ̀lú the way ariwo wọn ti pọ̀ jù ariwo àwọn people yìí ti pọ̀ jù.
All right.
But you thank God ṣá pé àṣírí yẹn ń tú at least we are learning and we have been able to put them in the place they are supposed to be. Thank you for your platform and I still want to pray that k'Ọlọ́run jẹ́ kí a tún ní àjọṣe dáadáa síwájú. Thank you so much for this opportunity too.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. All right, we'll go to Chima now. Hello, Chima. Hello, Chima Ume. Chima Ume, are you there? Okay. Time no day like that though. So if you know day, we'll go see later. I go there. Abi Dalu, since you are not from the north, Dalu. Let's have Bishop, please, before you will speak. I don't have energy for Wahala. Make your point, and that's it. Please go on.
Okay, thank you so much.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Good evening, and thank you for bringing me up. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, firstly, I want to make it clear that I am not a supporter of Peter Obi, and I'm not a member of IPOB, and I'm not a supporter of Nnamdi Kanu. And it's just today I got to hear from you about this whole Obi of Lagos things. Yeah, I don't support any of these, and I'm not a part of any of these. That's number one. Number two, I've had not every some of Peter Obi's supporters are Yorubas. Yeah, and I've had an argument with some of them why I don't support Peter Obi. I got an attitude from them. Yeah, from a lot of them. They tried to explain to me why they are supporters. I said, okay, but I respect your choice. But I cannot hate you because of your choice, however. So we left it at that. Also, I've had a lot of misunderstanding with IPOB members and those who support the leader. Okay? And those days back then when they used to do their online things, sometimes I used to join it, not because I want to learn something, but because I felt like they needed some help, because I'm a strategist. When they started insulting Kumuyi, Pastor Kumuyi, Pastor Adeboye, Bishop Oyedepo, all of this stuff, I tried to stop all these things. I told them, you cannot be insulting an entire tribe and their leaders. They won't take it lightly. Guys, stop this thing. If you have a message, you can pass your message. You shouldn't be going about insulting people and their leaders and all of that. Look, no tribe will accept that. And that isn't going to take us anywhere. As a country, or as people in the south or southeast. But as usual, they will never listen to you. I told them, what you're doing is becoming more like a religion. Anybody who don't believe in what you preach, you call them saboteurs. You want to kill them. For what? When he was finally arrested, even when they started this ESN something, I told them, guys, be careful, because you will end up destabilizing your region that has suffered, that has been ravaged by war already. Go slowly, because whatever is happening in the bushes there in the southeast is happening in the west. It's happening all over the country. So don't say because you have got some Fulani people, you know, in your forest, then you have to destabilize your whole region. This same thing is happening in the west, in Edo State, in the south, many places. Just try to find out how others are managing it and manage it responsibly. As usual, they will never listen to you. So when he was finally arrested, and then they started planning this whole thing of sit at home. Again, I attended several of their meetings where I tried to appeal to them that if you want to do this, your sit at home. There's another guy in the US, both of us tried to appeal to them. Unfortunately, that guy is a pastor. Though I'm political, I'm a pastor, and I don't fear people disrespecting me, and that's why I can speak in the public, because I have a right to speak. Firstly, I'm a citizen of that country. Before I'm a pastor, I cannot sit and watch things go wrong without talking about it. We appeal to them. If you want to do this sit-at-home thing, do it voluntarily. Let people volunteer to sit at home if they want. Don't use brute force. Don't go about unaliving people. They did not listen again. Some of them listened, some threatened me, some got angry. Hey, they said so many stuff. In one of those meetings, they even threatened to start unaliving pastors and churches because they said Christians would certainly disobey them. They are the ones that to open their churches, so they are going to unalive them. They even mentioned the name. There's a pastor called Odumeje or something. I don't know where his church is, but I'm sure he's in the east somewhere there. So they said they are going to unalive him. Then I said, but why will you do such a thing? And after that meeting, I don't know, some of them got hold of my number. They were calling me, asking me, who am I? Why am I not actually supporting what they are trying to do? I said, because you are going to destabilize your region.
1 more minute,
by the
please.
end of the day. You can't manage the whole chaos you're trying to create, and most of you are outside the country. And now look what is happening there. We don't know the people that are actually going about unaliving people anymore. Whether they are fellow Igbos or they are Asari Dokubo boys or they are anything, nobody knows as it stands right now. So when they started this thing, we tried to warn them, many of us. We never supported this thing, but they didn't listen. Yes, that's on that one. Good.
1 more minute, please.
Talking about Lagos State. Lagos is in the west, and it belongs to the Yorubas. And one thing I like about Lagos is the fact that they are inclusive, and you can find people who are not Yorubas, okay, in their politics sometimes, okay, and in their government offices too. You know, I feel like that is how a country should be. I don't live in Nigeria, and where I'm living, they don't care whether you are from any part of the country, as long as you are a citizen. That's all that matters. You can work in any province, and you can vote in any province. Doesn't matter whether Bishop or whatever.
Bishop, can you hear me?
Government. Even in the municipal, you can work. As long as you have got the qualification, you pass the interview.
Bishop, I'm talking. No, can you hear me? Hello.
It's something I feel like other states should start doing. We are not saying that there are no tribes.
Can anyone hear me?
But we are saying this division that politicians are using, you understand, to achieve their political ambitions by dividing the tribes is not taking the country anywhere. Look at Tanzania.
Bishop, please mute. Hold on now.
But they've been able to find a way around that, and they are living in peace. And their country is peaceful.
Bishop, hold on. I can't mute him.
A lot of tribe.
Jesus
but they were able to fix their tribal issue that led to the genocide. So if we continue together, but at the same time, okay, divided along tribal lines,
Bishop, you are preaching to the choir. Everything you are saying right now, like you said, we're already doing it. I want you to speak. I've been asking you to stop since you didn't hear me. So maybe you were busy. Maybe the spirit has taken over. The spirit of politics. Bishop, I hope you can hear me. Somebody say you are still speaking. I hope you are not still speaking, because I want you to finish. But I want to ask a question. So here's the thing, right? We don't need that message. And I'll tell you why. You said Lagos does this. It's open to everybody, regardless of where they are from. Thank you. So that means that the question should be that topic has to do with the people who are talking about word of origin, not us. And by us, I mean Yoruba, because from my cap you can tell. I'm Nigerian, I'm Yoruba. So the point is, what my question to you now is this: what do you have to say to people who are giving people jobs based on their words of origin? And you have like a minute because you have to move very fast. So what do you have to say to the people who are giving others jobs based on not just indigenship, but based on words of origin, and they are not Yoruba people? So this idea of Nigeria should not be tribalized, forget that one. Let's go granular. Right, let's not do all this abstract concept of Nigeria that we can't feel or touch. We can see the person in every state. What do you have to say to what's happening in Enugu State? Thank you very much. Hello, Bishop.
We'll come back to Bishop later. I think it's his network or something.
Hold on, Bishop or Bishop. Bye. Let's go to D. We'll come back to Bishop later. I think it's his network or something. Hello, D. Good afternoon. Meanwhile, while D is coming up, let me just thank every folks on 1 second, please. Everyone on TikTok, thank you for power tapping, for getting us to 84.6k likes. Thank you for tapping, thank you for typing, and for engaging the live. On YouTube, we have some responses. Thank you very much, folks on YouTube, and on Facebook as well. So YouTube says, Mr. Dekunle Olugboja, I think, on YouTube says, one of the signs of godliness is ability to take correction. Adedoyin Ajibola says, and they are begging to get keys to Aso Rock. Alatiko in English. Oro. Nick says, I'm Igbo. I don't believe in belligerence, and the self-proclaimed Obi of Lagos should be questioned. However, I still think it's a psy-op. You must finish it. It has to be somebody else's fault. There's already an Eze Ndigbo in Lagos, which is essentially a social club title. Claiming to be the Obi of Lagos is aberrant to the culture. Thank you. Kubu says, in Yoruba culture, all markets belong to the king, and everyone in the market is overseen by the Babalojas and the Yalojas. Yoruba have thought it through already. Afonja was also a rich customs officer. Nick says again, I believe in what Math Tuition says about developing our own regions. That will be the fastest way for development to spread in Nigeria. But some key areas of government may require privatization. Thank you very much for your submissions on YouTube. I'll read Facebook later, but let's have D. Good afternoon, D.
Hi, good afternoon, Prof.
Hello, sir.
To know everyone. Well, first time making comments on your platform.
Thank you for coming.
Yoruba, by the way. I'm from Ile-Ife.
Oh, really? You're from my hometown.
I'm just gonna say this. Yes.
You're from my home. You're from my hometown.
Mother.
Wait. I want that thing to sink in a little. Wait. Share Mini Jesus. Is there a lag?
Yes.
You're from Ife.
Okay, I can hear you.
I'm from Ife, so I'm happy that you're from Ife. That's all.
Absolutely.
All right, please continue.
Nice to meet you again, Prof. So I'm trained as a doctor here in Nigeria, but I shuttle between Canada and Nigeria. So, but then I've been following your platform for some time now. I just listen, I power tap, and maybe share some roses a couple of times.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to commend your effort in sharing your knowledge, wealth of knowledge. So basically, that's what I'm going to say for now.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, I just got busy. I would have said more, but I just got busy again. So
I understand.
To leave my comment to another day. Okay. So, but well done. You're doing absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
Well done. So I will share my view some other time later. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate your effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. And it's good to have you. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Bishop has gone down. I think he has some issues with his network, but wow, that's been nice. That was good. Thank you very much, my brother D. Chima will speak if he can. If he can't, we're going to have to move on to the next section of today's session. All right. I don't think he can. So I'm going to have to let you go, Chima. Esheo. D, thank you, sir. Esheo. All right, the rest of us are going to move on to the next bit of today's session. But before we do that, please like and share the live wherever you are, whatever the platform you're using, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. Please share, like. Let's preach to the FYP. Let's have more people in here. Kubu says, yes, Uncle Busui is from our town. Hey. Yamadebe Onile. Ah, sorry for you. Yamata. Please, while you power tap, I need to switch the power source. Just give me a second, please. Well, a moment.
Sorry about that. Apologies. Sorry about that. Apologies. It is well. I can't wait until when I don't have to do that. But we're doing it for now. And thank you very much for your understanding. All right, so I was saying earlier, please let's power tap, let's share the live. I'll go to the next part of the session. Thank you very much for being here. If you're on TikTok, please power tap. Please click on the heart icon, drop a heart to me, give gifts, anything you can to help us push the live. For YouTube, please like the live, just double tap on your screen, and also share the live with others. So far we've been discussing the news and trying to understand what's happening, in our space in Nigeria at the moment. Now we are going to the topic of today's conversation, which is how ethnicity affects or influences Nigeria's politics. And we're going to be reading a number of books, actually. The first, of course, will be The Educated Elite in Nigerian Society by Ibi Ayodele. I'll be looking at other books. For instance, today we're going to look at The Trouble with Nigeria by Chinua Achebe. We may look at There Was a Country by the same author, Chinua Achebe. Traverse of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Awolowo, and Awo, the autobiography of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. So there's a possibility we check a number of books. I'm trying to catch my breath. Give me a second, please. All right, thank you very much. So please, let's not stop at tapping on 19.9K. Let's get to 100. All right, thank you very much. So please, let's not stop at tapping on 19.9K. Let's get to 100, and then we can move on from there. Thank you. All right, so let's get into this. The Educated Elites will be our main book. So we've been discussing how ethnicity affects politics in Nigeria. One of the issues I think I see in the way we conduct ourselves in Nigerian politics and also in the understanding of our space is the assumption that some of the things that we are facing right now are happening for the very first time. In other words, Nigeria has always been this perfect place, this utopia that just, has perfection everything. And we had an election in 2023 and everything just went to the dogs. Therefore, our history seems to begin from 2023, and in some very how do you put it now? Obscure cases, you could come up with something that happened maybe 99 because you're trying to prove something about the president Bola Tinubu when he was governor. Apart from that, the only time we think of Nigeria is when we're talking about the war in some parts of Nigeria. I think it's important for us to remember that some of these things are not new. They didn't just begin. They are some of the things that we're even experiencing right now are the products of events that happened back in the day. And this book that was published in 1974 explains certain things that happened in the First Republic, even before independence in 1940s and 1950s, to help us understand Nigeria political landscape better, and they were able to understand what's happening right now even better. Having said that, let's go back to the book. So far, we've discussed the issues with Yoruba people, right? The division that we had amongst ourselves that enabled others to be able to get in, right? They were able to come in using, they needed us in order to weaken us, and we gave them the permission to do that, right? By bickering amongst ourselves. And we said that led to what happened where the Western region everything just went all right because we didn't protect our space like we should. So I'm going to just go back to just go back a few pages. I'm going to start with something that the gentleman, Mark Tuition, said earlier. I think it's going to be a very, very good place to begin, and then we'll tie it into other things without having to go back into everything we discussed before now. All right. So he says here, again, the book is The Educated Elite in the Nigerian Society by Ibi Ayodele. Though qualitatively and quantitatively superior to the Hausa Fulani in Western-style education, the Yoruba have never overcome the intra-ethnic bitterness and hatred, which progressively have proved a source of perennial division among them since the early years of the 19th century. It will be remembered that the deluded hybrids of the pre-colonial period increased the tension, a phenomenon that their successors, Windsors, unblushingly revived when the British withdrew. Hopelessly divided, they would rather ally with groups outside Yoruba land against themselves than sink their differences and present a semblance of unity and solidarity. Consequently, since the 19th century, it has never been difficult for outsiders to exploit their differences and in the process weaken them. Thus, whilst the Igbo regarded the NCNC as their national possession, a large number of influential, educated Yoruba leaders with very substantial following joined the bandwagon of the NCNC and presented a formidable opposition to the largely Yoruba-dominated and Yoruba-sponsored action group in the Western region. What's it saying basically here? What's it saying basically here is that NCNC, we've talked about this like a billion times, so I'm sure you already get it. NCNC was a nationalist party, started in Lagos, driven primarily by Yoruba people because, of course, it was their home, it was their base. Other people were part of it. It was about nationalism. It was about Nigeria. But by the time Zik took over in 1946, it became an ethnic party. Zik had an ethnic agenda. I don't know, I may have to repeat this thing, I'm going to keep saying it. And the reason is because we've been lied to. And I'm not saying this to demean him or anything, but just to set the record straight. Zik was committed to his ethnic group. And therefore, he was able to turn that party into an ethnic party. But you know what? That's not the problem. Did Zik do that? He did. Is that my problem? No. The real issue is that while he was Igbolizing NCNC, the Yoruba formed their own party in 1951, Action Group. However, some Yoruba people, for whatever reason, decided to pitch their tent with Zik against their fellow Yoruba people. Now, let me say something. Excuse me. I think for the most part, we are very idealistic, right? We have this idea, or we have this thought, or this notion, right, that if you just do it the way like this, it's just politics. After all, we're just playing, it's just politics. There's nothing there. It's just party versus party. That's what you are thinking. The person with whom you are working is thinking ethnicity versus ethnicity. In other words, what you are doing, you may think you are doing something for the party, but in reality, you are doing something for his ethnicity. How do I know this? There's a document I've read here. I think I've read it twice. And we're going to read part of it later, but let me just say something from that document. It was the one I always refer to, that was signed by Mbaduwe and Banugo in 1964. In that letter, right, it's a protocol, right, for the Igbo National Caucus of the Igbo State Union in 1964. And one of the lines in that paper was that they said, "We have successfully clamped Osadebe in the Midwest saddle. That will take care of Osage and Okotiebo." I mean, this thing is long. I've read it here before, but I'm just quoting it now. And I'm quoting it verbatim, and it's intentional. So the Igbo National Caucus of the Igbo State Union are saying in 1964, we have successfully clamped Osadebe in the Midwest saddle, and that will take care of Okotiebo and Omosage. The question you should be asking yourself is, what does that mean? Clamp, I beg. Me say they don't make and sit down there for saddle. Say like us. Think of Midwest like a horse. We get saddle. You can't put the person there, clamp him there. So they sit down there where? Shall I don't explain now, Gorilla? The point is not NCNC. How do I know that? Because Obsage was an NCNC, but was Benin. Okotiebo was an NCNC, but it was Ishekiri. So why would the Igbo State Union say we have successfully clamped Osadebe in the Midwest Saddle? It's not for the party, it's for the ethnic group. And in case you were not here, you know what, because like I always say, these things are quite controversial, so it's a lot better if I read the source. And I'm going to refer to it much later anyway, but like I said, it's in this book, Educated Elite, but it's originally in the book called the IUL Collections of Nigerian Civil War. Okay, but it's also in Ayandede's book. It's also in Just Before Dawn by Collier Motoshaw. I'm going to read a bit, just that line. I want to explain something. So it says here, in the East, the Efik, the Ibibio, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control. You know what, let me go back just a little bit, just to give you context. They say here, the censor's misfortune and unavoidable circumstances for the achievement of our objective. Enemies of our fatherland have alerted the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners. The indiscreet utterances of many of our men have contributed largely to the dangers which now beset us when we have almost reached the goal, the promised land. You must no doubt remember that a similar indiscreet utterance by C.D. Oyema gave us no end of opposition by the Yoruba when he publicly stated that the domination of Nigeria by the Igbo is a question of time. That statement that C.D. Oyema made, he made in 1945. This dream that you're talking about here, they created in 1944. That dream had nothing to do with NCNC. He called the Yoruba the decadent Yoruba and the reactionary Northerners, but that's not even where we're going for today. For today, let me just read the part. It says, in the East, the Efik, the Ibibio, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control. Are they not in NCNC? So if they're all in NCNC, how come he's talking like this? It's because for him, see why, Remiga, Ẹkáàbọ, for him, it's not about the party. For them, not for him. For them, it's not about the party. It's about ethnicity. Meanwhile, the group that talks about unity, Nigerian unity, and Pan-Africanism and Pan-Nigeria, and all of us are one, is the same group that is planning all this and actually acting it out. How do I know? Next line. In the East, the Efik, the Ibibio, and the Rivers tribes are still under complete control, even though their dreams for their own state have been completely shattered. When was this? 1957 was when the dream was completely shattered. When did they talk about this thing? 64. This was a year after the Midwest was created. They say here, despite the intrigues of Okotiebo and Omosage, we have succeeded in clamping Osadebe firmly on the Midwest saddle, thus taking care of the Urobo, Edo, and Ishekiri. Does that sound like inter-party politics? You've taken care of the Efik, the Ibibio, and the Rivers tribes in the East. Now you have dealt with the problem of Okotiebo and Omosage by putting Osadebe there, and that way you have succeeded in taking care of Urobo, Edo, and Ishekiri. In other words, this whole thing has always been about ethnic domination or ethnic interest. At the worst, it's ethnic domination. At the best, at the worst, it is ethnic domination. At best, it is ethnic interest. But if you don't understand how this thing works, a person comes and tells you, oh, we're all one Nigeria, let me just have your space. You don't understand the fact that the person he doesn't really care about Nigeria as such. He cares about his own interest. Is that a problem? Not really. I'll give you an example. The North, primarily, if you look at the structure and the politics of MPC in the First Republic, they didn't really care about Nigeria as much as they cared about the Northern region. As a matter of fact, being in Lagos was so beneath his dignity that the Sardauna decided to send his lieutenant to Lagos rather than he himself. He would rather be the king of the North than to have to become the prime minister in Nigeria, where he has to listen to all you commoners, talk to him and ask him questions. He's a prince after all, and his vision was for the North. Now, if that's your plan, that's okay. If what you want is also, have your ethnic interest, that's okay. But the real issue is this: you are actually pushing an ethnic agenda, but on the surface, you are painting this picture of we are one Nigeria, and the rest of you who don't agree with anything I'm saying right now, all of you are bigots and tribalists. And that's a refrain you see in every book, whether it's one by Chinua Achebe or the one by Kingsley Mbadiwe himself. Many of these writers just have this thing of trying to expect you to be one Nigeria and what they actually mean is that drop what you have, let it be mine. It's about ethnic domination. All of that to say that what Azikiwe was doing in NCNC was to elevate his own ethnicity, good or bad. But the real issue is not even about him. It's about the Yoruba person who will leave a party dominated by Yoruba people, then work with NCNC in order to bring down AG. And I think we still have the same thing today. So sometimes some people, like I said last week, they are contrarian by nature. In other words, you know the answer is A, but because I want to show that I know something where you know, I must tell you, say, if it be D, I know that like you are right though, but I have to present an opposing view, a different view in order to show that me to fit talk. The crazy thing is this: if you are doing it for knowledge sake or for debate's sake, that's fine. But when you're doing it with your culture and your people at stake, you will lose, your people will lose, which is what happened to Yoruba people. So what's happening essentially is you have NCNC always going against the policies of Action Group. The NCNC members that are doing it as Yoruba people say we want to have formidable opposition in our region. The people who are saying do it are doing it because they want your region to come down so that they can be better. Like at the end of the day, for them, it's about competition among ethnicities, not among parties. But again, he's saying here, the author is saying here that back in the day, Yoruba people, we always had this division and bickering amongst ourselves, and it led to Yoruba people who were very influential and had substantial following leaving or deciding not to join the Action Group to be with NCNC and then forming an opposition against AG in Yoruba land. Meanwhile, the people they're working with, they don't really care for a party as much as they care for ethnicity, and you see it in the way they played politics in the West, in the Midwest, and in the Eastern region. Let's get back to this. You mentioned names. You're right, actually. Kubo on YouTube. You're right. It's the same thing that happened with the Afenifere that said they wanted Peter Obi in the last election. Let's how? Just about everything, and then what do you have? You now have someone who has an ethnic agenda winning your space at the expense of your own, but when the person now begins to do something, you can't speak against the person because that will make you a tribalist. I mentioned last week that it's the same thing that happened in Etiosa, where people said they wanted LP top to bottom because they didn't like APC. Now, you can decide whatever you want, but here's the problem. When they were done, the person they eventually now got in there did not give them what they wanted. That's the problem with LP top to bottom. And fighting your brother, expecting someone from outside to come and help you make it better, it doesn't usually work that way. Moreover, in the early 50s, the Yoruba produced for the first time since the 19th century a pan-Yoruba apostle, the brain behind the founding of the Egbe Omodudua, with a set of ideas and a vision which were bound to frighten the Hausa Fulani rulers of the north. This leader was Obafemi Awolowo. He deserves more than mere mentioning. Born on 6 March 1909 in Ikene, a small town in the Remo section of Ijebuland, he passed through the hard school of life with a willpower, fortitude, and determination more than the ordinary. By 1943, he had become successful politically to the point of being secretary of the Western Wing of the Nigerian Youth Movement, the first political organization in Nigeria with a pan-Nigerian vision and program. Self-educated, mostly at the post-primary level, to the point of obtaining a degree in business enterprise, BCom, by correspondence, he went to Britain in 1944 to qualify as a lawyer. Hardly had he secured the Golden Fleece than he produced his first major political writing on Nigeria, Path to Nigerian Freedom, a book which contains several ideas he has continued to entertain for a quarter of a century. One such idea is commiseration with the Hausa, whom he believed were oppressed by their Fulani impostors, and the latter came for specially severe judgment, additionally because they were seen as the propagators of Islam. Now, we talked about this last week. I'm not going to go back into it. The point is just that Papa thought it was important from the domination of the Fulani, not because Fulani is a separate ethnic group, but because the Fulani created a feudal class, a feudal system in Hausa land, where you had the aristocracy and you had the serfs, and you must know your place, right? And he thought, he had this bright idea that, you know what, we could replicate what we've done in the western region across Nigeria. So let's deliver everybody. Cool idea, but the London establishment wasn't happy with that. And we talked a lot about all of this last week, so I'm not going to go back into this. I want us to move very fast to the next bit. So I'm just doing like a little recap, but we're moving on very quickly. So we also talked about how Awo worked with the Talakawa, the Talaka Kwarakwa, the common people. So you had Talaka Kwarakwa in Ilori, you had the Talakawas in the north, the poor people, the common people that Awolo was able to work with. But the NCNC took a different turn, and what they did was to work with the NPC, right? And they were a bit more pragmatic. They didn't even try to rock the boat. They just wanted to share power with the NPC. And like we said last week, the NPC. 1 second, please. Alright, so it's raining here, and I hope it doesn't affect the network. But I think we're good. Alright, so it's raining here, and I hope it doesn't affect the network, but I think we're good. So please keep our tapping, share the live. Thank you very much. But I think we're good. And if you're on YouTube, I hope the network doesn't affect it too much. But let's continue. Not long after independence, the NPC began to discover that they did not have to pray specially to Allah to save the North from the wrath of the action group infidel leader. Infidel because that's how the North saw him. They were Muslim. They thought he was an infidel. He was trying to introduce novel ideas in the North. He was campaigning with helicopters. He was going to the Bashiga. He was invading their privacy. He was going to change the order of things. Everything was already structured. There was aristocracy. There were serfs. This guy is coming with his own idea of democracy. Everybody could vote on like what they used to have in the North. So they started looking for ways to deal with Awo. And of course, I don't like the fact that they dealt with Papa, but I understand the fact that they were trying to protect their own space. All right, and they were looking for ways to actually destroy Yoruba people. And the writer here is saying that not long after independence, the NPC, that's the Northern People's Congress, began to discover that they did not have to pray specially to Allah to save the North from the wrath of the action group infidel leader. Talking about Papa, that his house, Yoruba land, was not in order. For apart from the effective opposition by the Yoruba NCNC under the Igbo. So remember what we said earlier, the Yoruba NCNC were working against action group. They were doing it because they were in a separate party. In their mind, it's party for the Igbo National Caucus, a national union, an Igbo state union. The NCNC, Nigerian Cameroons, as a vehicle of accomplishing their own agenda. If you're just joining us, just hold on. There's no problem with the feedback. It's raining. I really can't do anything about it. But just hold on for a bit. You're going to be able to hear me, right? Yeah. Sincerely, right now, even me, I'm struggling to hear myself. But please try and understand. All right. So while that was good, so already we have one faction of. So if you were here when we discussed education in Yoruba land at the time, the primary group that was against action on free education was the NCNC. They were Yoruba people. In their minds, on party politics. In reality, Igbo State Union was using them against their own people. It's noisy. You know what? There's one other thing I can do. I hope it works. Is it less noisy? You say, yeah, that was because I muted myself. Oh. Unless you want me to mute myself. How much is sign language? Is it better now or is it still noisy? It's not better. I'm sorry. I really can't do anything about it. Should we continue? Continue. It's okay, Abi. So it may not be perfect, but when it's time to post it out, we'll clean it up. So let's just use it like this. It's nature. We can't really do much about that. Which is why we're trying to also build a studio. We're trying to set up a studio. If you would like to be part of that, please reach out to me. And this is serious, actually. We're trying to set up a studio where rain, children's school and things like that will not affect us. It's capital intensive, right? It's capital intensive. Please reach out. We'll talk more about it as we go on, but not right now. But this is one of the reasons we want to create something like that. Where were we? So Yoruba people in NCNC were playing party politics against Action Group on things that will benefit their own people. Let me read something to you from Ogusanwo's book. 1 second, please. It might be with the noise and all, but don't worry, it's spice. It's spice. Can you feel it? One second, please. Because I think one of the mistakes that I think we make also is that sometimes we are too idealistic. We don't understand that life is not what we think it is. Life is what it is, and you can't assume that everything is perfect. So one of the issues that Papa had, that the group had at the time, was that they wanted to have free education, but then of course they couldn't raise the money. They needed to raise money. All right. They had a budget of £10 million for capital expenditure, and then another £5 million. Sorry, £10 million for capital expenditure, and another £3 million. The entire revenue of the Western region at the time was only £5 million, which meant that the revenue they were getting was not even going to be enough to deal with the capital expenditure, let alone the recurrent expenditure. So what did they have to do? Number one, they came up with an idea of using clay bricks or mud bricks instead of concrete and prefabrications so that they would be able to spend less on building the schools. And we talked about how they were able to reduce the cost of build the capital expenses by 70%. So instead of £10 million, you're going to spend £3 million. But even then, they still have to raise the money. And what they did was to increase taxes. But when they were trying to increase the taxes, the NCNC spoke vehemently against that. And they were like, why should people have to pay? I'm trying to see if I can find that page. Why should people have to pay that much in terms of taxes, since, you know, they already have a lot going on for them. Umbo, 1 second. Yeah. So meanwhile, the plan for the introduction of the free education and free health services was in full swing, and the government was looking for revenue to bring it to reality. An education tax and health levy, known as the capitation tax, was suggested as a way out. This levy was fixed at 10 shillings and 6 pence for every taxable adult in the region. And when it was tabled before the House of Assembly, the opposition rose up in arms against it. I'm reading Our Unfinished Greatness by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. It says the opposition rose up in arms against it. They saw their chance to defeat Awolowo's cherished education program. The leader defended his proposals brilliantly and won the approval of the majority in the assembly, and the tax came into force. The imposition of this tax led to riots in Egbado and some opposition strongholds in the region. And in the ensuing election in the federal legislature, the Action Group unexpectedly lost seats in the federal elections. The opposition party, the NCNC, won 21 seats to the Action Group's 19 seats, and independent 1 seat. The NCNC swept many urban centers like Ilesha, Ibadan, Akure, Ogumosho, and Osogbo, while the AG maintained its stranglehold in the rural areas. Now, the point I'm trying to make here is that the opposition was always against anything it was trying to do. The opposition exploited this dilemma by spreading all sorts of scurrilous stories to undermine the government's real intention. The Action Group was jolted by this loss at the polls. It went back to the drawing table, and so on and so on and so forth. The point I'm trying to make here is that when it came to things that could help the people, the NCNC were against it. And I mean, the NCNC was against it as a party, like I said, but there was something else going on. And how did they eventually know? By 1964, Prof put out a specific budget for the studio, e.g. 10 million or 20 million naira with dedicated account. Thank you, African Development Interest. I will think about it. There's a reason I think I explained this last week. There's a reason I don't mention amounts and stuff, and it's because of my experience, right? And social media. You mention an amount of money, somebody gives something, they expect you to have everything they've talked about. You can't have it because it's not, maybe it's complete or it's not complete. Things like that. And then it becomes money issues. That's why I'm very careful with, this is the budget, I need to raise money. Maybe I would think about it. I'm just very careful. I hope you get what I'm saying. Because if a person gives you 1,000 naira, it doesn't matter that your budget is 1 billion naira. If you're not doing what you promised to do, they're like, oh, where is it? But maybe I should think about it in a different way. I'll think about it. Thank you. I'll think about it. Yeah. But I would prefer if people actually reach out to me personally and I can talk about it. I'm very careful with money stuff, but we'll see. But thank you very much, guys. By 1964, the Western Region Caucus of the NCNC finally covered years they have been used by NCNC against their own people. And what they discovered was that the people who have constantly talked about party, politics and stuff, were actually using the party machinery for themselves. And that's the reason for the white paper on political alignment that you'll find in Radio Me Global. White paper on political alignment in Western region. It was produced by NCNC members in Western. They eventually discovered that these guys have filled all these posts with Igbo people at our own expense. Meanwhile, we have been doing Zogu politics in Yoruba land. We have been doing sophisticated English-speaking politics in Yoruba land, losing ground but they have been taking, they've been cashing in, essentially. So it says here, it says, apart from the effective opposition by the Yoruba XCNC under the Igbo, the action group began to dismantle. By 1962, the crisis within to the ultimate disadvantage of Nigeria. The first in Africa braggarts of the 50s suddenly became the architects of the Wild West. The hurricane, which was NCNC, who exploited the situation to the fullest. This tornado ultimately engulfed the entire country. By 1964, when the first post-independence election to the federal parliament was due, the Yoruba were so divided that one party looked Kaduna Ward for South, the other looked Enugu Ward for and go me a bit, but share and read me. If you're on TikTok, please power tap.